Chapter 364. We'll learn from each other. I have many shortcomings in acupuncture, pulse-taking, diagnosis, and prescription. After finishing his meal, Li Yi found the 30 top imperial physicians of the young generation who had also just eaten happily. In any other industry, even if Li Yi's ability was a little worse, he would still fool the other party. Only in medicine, he admitted that he was lacking in many aspects. Goods could be fake, but human lives were real. The imperial physicians who were sent over didn't know. They thought that Li Yi was being modest, so they followed suit. In the next 2 days, I'll copy a basic introduction to medicine for everyone. You don't have to read the history of medicine. Li Yi said to the 30 people that he attached great importance to. An imperial physician between 25 and 30 years old was equivalent to a department director of the same age as him. Wasn't it scary? These imperial physicians didn't go to kindergarten first, then 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and then medical school, bachelor's, master's, and doctorate. They should have started learning Chinese medicine when they were a few years old. Other children wanted to eat candy when they were young, but they were eating big honey balls. The other children were playing with mud balls. They were watching the adults shake the honey balls and followed suit. 30 people dedicated their lives to medicine, and there would be no other industry to choose from. He thought so, and brought the 30 people to the main courtyard building to explain. He let the 50 people learn Chinese medicine with the 30 people, and told the 30 people to first ask the 50 people about the basics of new medicine. Turning around, he went to write the teaching materials. When copying, he deleted all the useless words and only chose the content of the knowledge. Shui Riyong, who was working in the imperial city, was more excited today. He sent the people on duty to Lantian County early to see the situation of the drunken immortal house. The people on duty were already very sleepy, but they didn't dare to complain. They drank a mouthful of hot tea, washed their faces with cold water, and forced themselves to be alert. The 4 of them went out together. Shui Riyong wasn't happy for long before he was called over by Yao Chong. Minister Shui, you did a good job increasing the official positions in Lantian County. When you increased the positions, you gave the officials a chance to gain experience and supervise each other. Yao Chong praised him as soon as he came up, making Shui Riyong so happy that he couldn't find north. Prime Minister Yao, these are all part of my duties. Shui Riyong tried his best to control himself and not let himself get carried away. Don't belittle yourself. It's a good idea. Coincidentally, the other 19 counties should follow this plan. This is the list of all the counties. Take it back and look at it. Don't make a decision just because the 3 people from the Political Affairs Hall gave you a name list. You have to do things impartially. This old man has spoken to His Majesty, and His Majesty has also praised you greatly, saying that you can implement this plan in the capital government. Yao Chong handed Shui Raizong a list of names, which contained the information of 42 students, 3 from Lantian County and 2 from the other 19 counties, for a total of 41 people, including the other 5 officials of Lantian County. They were all selected by their own means. I definitely trust the Political Affairs Hall. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Shui Riyong walked away with the list in a daze. Yao Chong pursed his lips. He did not tell Li Longji at all. He was afraid that His Majesty would be angry and directly behead Shui Riyong. In that case, if the officials of the remaining 19 counties were not properly arranged, who would take the responsibility? Who would take the blame? After thinking for a while, Yao Chong went to find Li Longji with the idea of the follow-up of the locust plague. Li Longji was happily reviewing the memorials. Where there was a need to increase the budget of the Zhouchong County, he would directly ask for it to be removed. Where there was a need to build a water conservancy project, he would transfer it to the Ministry of Works and ask for a report on the local situation. The prefectures at the borders of Tubo and Turkic Khaganate requested for an increase in provisions and military equipment. Even if they were greedy, it did not matter. But if anyone did not resist, don't blame His Majesty for being ruthless. When Yao Chong came to find him, Li Longji was actually reviewing the memorials and humming a song at the same time. What a jasmine flower! What a jasmine flower! He learned it from Li Yi. Li Yi liked to hum this song. There were too many variations of the jasmine flower, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Most importantly, it was the first Chinese folk song to be used in a Western opera. Li Yi casually sang 2 kinds of songs for Li Longji. One was the one Li Longji was humming. The other was, "What a beautiful jasmine flower." Yao Chong stood there and listened. After listening for a while, he could not help but hum along. Li Longji finished reviewing another memorials and looked up with a smile. "Yao Qing, you came in a hurry. Do you have good news? Recently, I have been sending out letters to urge the prefectures and prefectures of Taihang Mountains to follow Hunan's example. However, some local officials wrote to the Prime Minister, saying that I was overthinking things. I asked all of my subordinates to write a letter together." Yao Chong complained, "My crepe myrtle command token does not work well if I speak alone. The prefectures are against me. Come on, bring all of your subordinates with you." Li Longji shook his head. "Yao Qing, why do you have to do this? If anyone is disobedient, just transfer them back. I have formed a group here." "What group?" Yao Chong asked naturally. "The first Imperial Patrol Group of the Tang dynasty. They are all old officials who are wholeheartedly thinking for the country. They look after each other with a patrol group of guilty officials." Li Longji was still so happy. When he found that Li Yi was good at administration, economy, and strategy, he felt that the sky was so blue. He did not want to ask specifically, but he knew the strategy for the people. If he asked alone, was there a need to say? And the more the situation was like this, the more he did not want to ask. There was no hurry. The court was full of civil and military officials. Let them think of a way first. Yao Chong heard about the patrol group and compared it with the patrol group of guilty officials that had just been created. He immediately understood what it meant. He opened his mouth in shock, and his face was full of disbelief. In layman's terms, it was F*CK, F*CK. Who the hell came up with this idea? To protect His Majesty's reputation, he even got rid of people. Amazing, even more amazing than me. Yao Chong took a deep breath. Li Yi's talent is indeed extraordinary. Li Longji did not answer. He thought to himself, "Do I need you to remind me? Of course my brother Yi is amazing." He just said, "Yao Qing, do whatever you want. The land that produces grain is not to be taken lightly." Yao Chong was relieved. He left and prepared to deal with the people. Whoever did not listen to him would be transferred back. The other party might be very happy when he heard about the Chong, and he had schemed against Shui Ryong before, but he did not know that Li Longji was waiting for the situation to stabilize and put him in the group. It was because his sons had gone too far. They took advantage of the fact that he now had great power and acted recklessly. To put it bluntly, they wanted to make money themselves but did not have the ability, so they wrote notes in the officialdom. They were no different from the various second generations before Li Yi's time. It was the same in history. Li Longji did not wait long. When he felt that the old officials had been dealt with, he took down Yao Chong. As for the crime, it was just an excuse. Sigh. Looking at Yao Chong's departing figure, Li Longji sighed. He knew that the world would change in the end, and the people would change in the end. The difference was that it would not be as cruel as before, and he would leave behind a good reputation. "Brother Yi, I can't let you be an official with real power. You are drifting outside. It is easy to come in, but difficult to leave. What is the sentence in that song? Oh, the world is like a tide, people are like water. Only a few people in Jianghu return," Li Longji said as he flipped through another memorial. He looked carefully and smiled. It was sent from Yi Province. Many people signed it, looking like they were working for the country and the people. He shook his head and muttered, "Shu Province from Yi Province." They want to promote drilling technology to benefit the people. Do they think I am a fool? My drilling company is about to start. It will benefit the people. Chapter 365. Be careful, don't hit anyone and don't hit yourself. You up there, who let you untie the rope? Do you think you can do it? Tie it up for me. The 4 officials who were on duty last night hired a car and dozed off all the way. When they arrived at the Drunken Immortal house in Lontian County, they saw the construction scene. The original Drunken Immortal house was being demolished. On the 2nd floor, there were people with ropes tied to their bodies, taking off the tiles in order. Next to each person was a sliding rod with a groove that was cut open and pieced together with a bamboo pole. The tiles were put on, and when they were released, the tiles would slide down. Below was a haystack. When one slid down, the people below would pick it up. Even so, the tiles were still intact. The 4 officials found it novel. In the past, the tiles were tied into bundles and hung down with ropes. Now, they took one after another. It was much faster than that. The 4 of them looked at each other and found that the arrangement of the minister was different. One of them turned around and saw a person who didn't listen, so he brought his colleagues over. Li family Zhuangzi's people? An official asked. Yes, I'm Guan Xiaotan. Are you people from the Ministry of Personnel? The Drunken Immortal house was bought by my Dongzhi yesterday and is being demolished today. I want to eat the huida here. Go forward. There's a chef in Zhuangzi who is making all kinds of fried snacks. Tell the minister that my Dongzhu will do what he says. There won't be any problems. Guan Xiaotan already knew the situation, but he didn't expect that Minister Cui would seriously send someone to take a look today. Why is the restaurant being demolished? The official found that the task was completed, but he didn't want to rush back. He hadn't eaten yet, so he asked more. Build a bigger building and buy the land behind it, including that big pit. In the future, you will find that the Drunken Immortal house is more like a drunken immortal. Guan Xiaotan said. He took a few steps forward and pulled back a 7 or 8-year-old child who ran in front. The tiles that were removed were counted as wages. Not only did they offset the wages of removing the tiles, but they also offset the wages of removing the pillars behind. The tiles were not bad, but they were very expensive. The workers who took the tiles could sell them to others, especially when the roof tiles of other restaurants needed to be repaired. They would replace one of the broken ones. These tiles were equivalent to the total cost of the demolition, which was a great bargain for the craftsmen. The other commoners were hired by the craftsmen to wash the tiles. There was a lot of mud on the tiles, and they were placed one by one. Once they encountered an external force, they would break. When there was no mud, it would stick tightly and not shatter. When tiling the roof, the old craftsmen worked very slowly and carefully sifted the mud to be applied, layer by layer, layer by layer, and the areas that were not pressed down were flattened with mud. In this way, there was no gap between tile and tile, between tile and mud. A good tiler is a good tiler. Even if a person jumps on top of it, they won't break it. If he was fooling around, he could just smear some mud casually. When the time came, there would be no need for people to jump. The gap was big, and when it rained, the water would leak and wash away the mud and sand below. When there was less sand, the tiles would fall off automatically. Being a bricklayer was a technical job. Whoever hired a bricklayer not only had to pay him a salary, but also had to provide him with good food and drink. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel obviously did not know much about this. They watched as the people around them carried wooden and ceramic basins to fetch water and scrub carefully. An official asked, "After washing, the tiles are very heavy, right? The water has seeped into the tiles. The sun is also very strong. When the water seeps in, you can see the gaps in some tiles. When the sun shines again, they will crack. This kind of tile is easy to pick out." Guan Xiaotan explained the washing process, which was also the selection process. "Then we'll go and have something to eat first." The official, who did not want to go back, immediately pulled his companions and walked forward. There were 2 iron pots in front of them. There was oil in the pots. The craftsmen on Zhuangzi were frying the tiles. Balls of tiles were blown out. The commoners could eat as much as they wanted, but they were not allowed to take it away. Children were allowed to take a small ball after eating, but they had to register which family it belonged to. When the four of them came closer, the person in charge of distributing the tiles saw them and asked, "Officials of the Ministry of Personnel?" Yes. The four of them smiled almost at the same time. They were all ninth-grade officials, the kind who were not qualified to attend the court. "Minister Chui didn't come?" The person on Zhuangzi asked again. "Minister Chui is busy with government affairs," the official answered with a smile. He did not say that a third-grade official like Minister Chui was not someone they could meet whenever they wanted, because Li Dongzhu on Zhuangzi was also a third-grade official. An official was still an official. "I'll wrap it up for you. You can eat first and go back and tell Minister Chui." The person on Zhuangzi went to get the frozen meat stuffing. He also took out a small pot and boiled egg soup with wild vegetables and eggs. Not long after, the four officials from the Ministry of Personnel sat at the side and began to eat. The table and chairs were moved out from Zhuaitian restaurant. They had never eaten turn back before. When they took a bite, the rich fragrance filled their mouths. It was delicious. After drinking another mouthful of soup, they felt that there was no part of their body that was uncomfortable. The tiredness of staying up late disappeared. While the four of them were eating, a group of carriages appeared. There were small flags on the four-wheeled carriages. Each flag represented a big merchant in Chang'an. There were 20 carriages in the group, all of which were four-wheeled. It seemed that two-wheeled carriages were not qualified to enter the group. "Who are they?" The low-ranking official who spoke just now asked. "Merchants invited by Steward Song to come and mine those lands. Each piece is 400 mu." The person on Zhuangzi's side put down a plate of kimchi. "Most of the officials in Lantian County have been arrested. Have they bought the land?" The official felt that there was a problem with the procedure. "Mine first. Wait for the new official to take office and fill in the paperwork." The village lord said naturally, "What if the new official doesn't give it to you?" Another official raised a serious question. "My Dongzhu believes that the officials chosen by the Ministry of Personnel must be the best." The village lord said with a smile. The four officials were speechless. They were enlightened. Enlightened in the morning. Enlightened in the evening. Enlightened in the evening. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. The officials were arranged by the Ministry of Personnel. Whoever did not cooperate would be held accountable by the Ministry of Personnel. So the Ministry of Personnel still had to help straighten out the matters in Lantian County? Who did the Ministry of Personnel offend? Why are you bullying the Ministry of Personnel? The official complained. The Ministry of Personnel did not notice the situation before, which caused the problems in Lantian County. "My Dongzhu will compensate the people. Why don't we ask the Ministry of Personnel to do it?" The village lord retorted. "Your Ministry of Personnel. Others might be afraid of you, but our Li family Zhuangzi is not afraid." The four officials lowered their heads to drink the soup. Only then did they realize that this wild vegetable soup was very fresh. The carriages stopped and the doors opened. One by one, the merchants came down. They watched the construction site together and waited for Song to divide the land for them. Then they wrote the paperwork and took out a small portion of the money. 1,000 coins per person. There was no need to take it all out immediately. As the project progressed, they would invest it again to prevent the merchants from losing their cash flow. Song held a large pile of blueprints and called out, "Everyone, let's eat first. There's no rush. We still need to find local helpers." Dongzhu said that the broker, Songji, can take care of it. Songji stood beside Songda. He knew that the reward was coming. He helped to buy the Drunken Immortal residence yesterday and received a lot of business today. Hiring a worker meant a portion of money. Looking at the land, they would definitely need to hire many people. He did not dare to take it all himself. He had to share it with others. Chapter 366. While the merchants sat outside and tasted the return and wild vegetable soup, Songji brought some food to a table 100 steps away and called the 14 people. The 14 people plus Songji represented the broker organizations of Lantian County, which was the future broker house. Songji was the only one in the group, and he was quite smart. He walked among the other broker organizations. In other words, he was surviving in the cracks. After he obtained some resources, he would give them to the other organizations in exchange for them not to suppress him. He was always able to get a good deal and share a part of it. The other broker organizations all wanted to pull him in, but he didn't want to join any of them. When they were helpless, they would protect him. But today was different. He found a big backer, and the 14 broker organizations had to give him face. Lantian County belonged to G County, and its economic development was much stronger than other counties. The broker organizations in Lantian County had a wide range of business, and the amount of money they handled was needless to say. Normal merchants didn't dare to deal with them, and they also had people in the government office. Of course, when they met the Li family Zhuangzi, the 14 organizations expressed their admiration and were sincerely convinced. The money went in and out in units of 10,000 taels. Li Dongzhu didn't know the officials in the government office, but they were all taken in. Everyone, for this matter, I have a few words to say first. Songji sat down and spoke to the 14 representatives sitting together at the table. Songji speak. A man around 50 years old spoke. First, when looking for help, only take the money of the employer and not the money of the person being hired. Songji stretched out a finger. The 14 people looked at each other and didn't say anything, expressing their approval. Second, Songji stretched out another finger. Only take half of the previous payment. This time the amount of money is a lot. Roughly how much? The man with the goatee asked. From what I know, it's 10% tax. In the future, Lantian County will get no less than 10,000 taels in tax. Songji swallowed his saliva when he said this. Okay, half. The man with the goatee agreed. The others were still silent. Songji stretched out another finger. Third, I want to pick 5 people from each of your people, a total of 60 people. Songji, do you want to become a scoundrel? The person with a big mole under his left eye asked. That's right. In the past, all of you have looked after me a lot, and there are many people in your line of work who are familiar with me. Songji admitted. This time, how much are you willing to give up? The other party asked. 80%. I only want 20%. The 80% will be divided among the 14 of you. This is the fourth thing I want to talk about. Songji raised another finger. In the future, will the Li family Zhuangzi's business matchmaking be done in accordance with this? The person sitting across from the Songji raised his head. Songji remained silent as he stared at the other party. The other party sighed. AI. That's fine. This time we'll get 80%. That's not a small amount. Songji revealed a smile. That's right. You still want to snatch all of the Li family Zhuangzi's businesses from me? Do you believe that I won't kick you out of the game? On the other side, in the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Qingqi was pushing the seed planter back and forth. Different types of vegetables had different ways of scattering seeds. Some of them scattered a few seeds in a pit, which was more convenient to use the jukebox. Another method was to scatter the seeds evenly on the ground and wait for them to grow. After observing for a while, the bad ones would be removed. This was called thinning out the seedlings. The second method was suitable for pushing carts. The seeds would be scattered as the cart moved, and then the soil would be covered. It was much more uniform than spreading seeds manually, and the speed was faster. After the ground was turned over and raked, the cart would be moved up and down. For spinach, cabbage, and shallots, the latter was used. Shallots were not. Shallots were planted after shallots were grown. The higher the soil was buried, the longer the shallots would be. This thing is exquisite, Our alliance wants it. I'll give you the money to buy the technology. Li Qingqi looked as if he was talking about a business deal. Just now it was a trial. Li Yi smiled and did not say anything. Li Qingqi let go of the armrest and sighed. Brother Yi, now that the tools you made are useful to the people, every household can save 1.5 to 2 months in a year. For so many days, even if they don't do other jobs and just rest to recuperate, it will be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. In the future, they will have new jobs to do, so it's impossible for them to rest. Let me think about it and see what kind of work is better. Every household can do it. Li Yi waved his hand and said with certainty that he had jobs to make the people busy. At that time, he had done farming and breeding for a year, and the people were idle. Especially in the northern areas, when the winter was cold, there was nothing to do. Later, the pace of life became faster, and new jobs appeared one after another. Farming and breeding technology improved. In the winter, they could make greenhouses and handicrafts, and in the summer, they could do odd jobs. What kind of jobs can there be? Li Qingqi was looking forward to it. He believed that Li Yi could make it happen. First of all, we have to distinguish the industrial structure. Agriculture is the primary industry. When we have extra time, we can turn to small, individual handicrafts. When there are more people working in an individual handicrafts, we will move to labor-intensive industries. In other words, we have to unite the handicrafts and cooperate with each other to improve production efficiency. At this time, the industry that belongs to the secondary industry is processing in light industry. Then the technology will improve and it will start to cooperate with other types of work to form a huge upstream and downstream industrial chain. What I want to do is to find many handicrafts for them, such as weaving cloth and spinning hemp. The people have been doing it, but it's not enough. Li Yi described the development of the industrial structure, from agriculture and handicrafts to cluster and industrial combination. Li Qingqi thought that he could keep up with the pace after learning for many days. In the end, he found that there was a fog in front of him. What is this? There's a routine for everything in the future. Brother Yi, have you arranged everything for the future? Li Qingqi couldn't help but ask. It's not appropriate. Every step involves struggle, including the adjustment of industries. The development of society is not static. Cotton is valuable, and everyone grows cotton. There will be fewer people who grow grain, and the price of grain will be high. We have to control and adjust. We can't rush up like a swarm of bees. A market economy and a planned economy are not opposite. Brother, what's wrong with you? Is your head uncomfortable? Do you feel nauseous? As Li Yi spoke, he found his brother rubbing his temples and asked with concern. It's nothing, Brother Yi. I'm fine. I won't listen to it for now. It's giving me a headache. Li Qingqi shook his head and took a deep breath. What is Brother Yi talking about? Is this human language? I can understand a single word, but why can't I understand it when put together? Brother Yi, I heard from third brother that you are willing to take out 50,000 bamboo to make protective tools for swimming? Li Qingqi quickly changed the topic to something he understood. Yes, brother, see how many craftsmen are not digging wells. Quickly make them, then rent and sell the good ones. Put the bamboo ones by the river. By the way, tell the people that those are for saving lives. Don't take them home to burn. There's a lot of firewood, and bamboo is not easy to burn. Li Yi decided to use the bamboo today. The premise was that the quality of the people was good. When he thought of putting the bamboo there, Li Yi suddenly had an idea. Brother, I have an idea. Send someone to guard there and see if anyone goes into the water without something. See if anyone wants to steal. Li Yi said. What about wages? Li Qingqi asked a practical question. Wages are easy. Li Yi smiled. Chapter 367. Early in the morning of April 3rd, people were arranged to guard the rivers around Chang, and including the big pool. Those who did not have good family conditions and could not work hard were all guarding a large pile of fart balls made of bamboo and rope. In addition, there were pigs blowing bubbles and medium-sized gourds. These two were charged 1 copper coin a day. A big wooden bucket was placed under a tree by the river. Beside the bucket were tables, stools, and small bowls made of bamboo cut in the middle. Her Majesty is benevolent. She was afraid that we would drown in the water, so she asked us to guard the river. Those who want to swim have to wear this. Don't take it away. Her Majesty also spent money. Bamboo is not easy to burn. Pigs blowing bubbles and gourds need a deposit. These two are 1 copper coin a day. Somewhere by the river, an old woman called out. There was a lot of twine beside her. She could still weave a net while sitting, so it wouldn't delay her work. The bamboo tube was covered with 2 layers of twine nets. If it was soaked in water for a long time, it would be damaged and needed to be dried. Fishermen's 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets were like this. The net made by the woman was replaced when the other nets needed to be dried. Some people wanted to swim. When they heard that Her Majesty cared for the people, they thought that they were good swimmers and didn't want to wear the net. What's in that bucket? Some people were curious. Why were there tables and chairs beside it? Herbal tea. Li family Zhuangzi's herbal tea. 1 copper coin a bowl. Drink it to quench your thirst. Today's bucket can only hold 150 to 160 servings. If you want to drink it, buy it quickly. The woman opened the lid of the wooden bucket and let people take a look. After thinking, she scooped out a bamboo bowl and gave it to everyone to taste. It's delicious. There's sugar in it, right? 1 copper coin a bowl. It's not expensive. I'll have a bowl. I'll drink it before swimming. I'll try it too. Leave a bowl for me. I'll swim up and drink it. I didn't bring money. My father didn't give it to me. There were adults and children. The weather was too hot. They wanted to swim and cool down before working. Some of them were resting today and didn't work. The children naturally didn't have anything to do. Several of them wanted to play in the river. The woman hesitated again. She filled a bamboo tube and gave it to the children. Under the woman's strong tone, everyone put on their things and went into the river. The other places were more or less the same. Standing by the riverside outside the west gate, Li Qingqi chuckled. Pei Yaoqing and Li Yuanhong stood on either side of Li Qingqi and watched together. Li Qingqi's Craftsmen's Alliance had rushed to make the items yesterday, and the herbal tea was also made by the Li family Zhuangzi last night. It was hot when it was made, but it cooled down after half a night in a cool place in the room. Although there was a lot of ice in the Li family Zhuangzi's ice house, there was no ice. 1 bucket of herbal tea could hold more than 150 servings. When night fell, someone from Zhuangzi would come over to check how much was left. If there was nothing left, the guards would give Zhuangzi 100 coins and keep the rest for themselves. If there were about 30 portions left, they would pay $70. As for the money to rent the balls, those people would keep it for themselves. King Song, do you know how much a tub of herbal tea costs? Li Yuanhong was calculating how much profit Li Yi would make from it. The recipe for this herbal tea will be spread out soon. Everyone can make it themselves. You will know after making it once. Li Qingqi didn't answer directly. He knew how much it cost. Making a bucket of herbal tea would cost about 120 coins and 150 servings. If it was a coin per serving, it wouldn't be a waste. 30 coins wasn't a small sum, and there was no tax on small businesses. The premise was that it had to be made on the same day and could only be made the next day. Otherwise, it would spoil and they wouldn't be able to make a loss. Li family Zhuangzi made hundreds to thousands of buckets at a time, and the cost of a bucket was only about 30 coins. The taste of many ingredients could be fully utilized and boiled. Furthermore, the fire was always burning, pot after pot. Li Qingqi wanted to keep it a secret. When others found out about the recipe, they could try to make it themselves. The cost of making a bucket of herbal tea would probably exceed 10 coins. If they made it in buckets and sold it, they would find that they had a capital of 120 coins. Considering that Li family Zhuangzi only wanted 100 coins, he was benevolent and righteous to help others make money at a loss. If he said 30 coins per bucket, others would think that Li Dongzhu was also doing it for money. Whenever I think of Li Dongzhu, I admire him. Li Dongzhu is always able to come up with good ideas to help the people. Pei Yaoqing wanted to praise him, but he almost called him Brother Yi. He was like a thief. When he saw Li Yi, he would call him Brother Yi. When others were around, he would call him Li Dongzhu. Li Yuanhong added, Chang'an has a lot of water. Every year during summer and autumn, many people would die in the river. Those who died were those who thought that they were good swimmers. There are also children who want to go down to play, but without adults to protect them, they are afraid that they won't be able to come back up. Everyone is at the edge of the river, and there are always some who accidentally slip and get hit by big fishes. Pei Yaoqing said solemnly. He thought of the many people who died last year. Li Qingqi looked at the others drinking herbal tea and motioned for 2 people to follow him. As he walked, he said, This year is better. Look at how obedient the children are. After taking a few steps, he said, When we return, I will ask Prime Minister Yao to write a letter and order the various places to make sure everything is in place. Brother, you will take out 50,000 coins, which is 50 million coins. Send them to the well drilling team first, and let the people there make bamboo. Wild bamboo is not valuable and grows quickly. It's just a salary. A craftsman can make 180 to 180 sets of these simple things in a day. 40 coins is enough. Li Qingqi also knew how to calculate the salary. He did not consider how much a set of bamboo would cost, but the average income of a craftsman. The craftsman wouldn't be at a loss, and the one who paid would also be at a disadvantage. 3 sets. Come over and get the money from me. Buy them separately. Don't just buy from one place. Li Qingqi placed 3 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins on the table and called for the guards to come over and get the money. He had brought 300 coins with him. He did not bring more, as it was too heavy. 60 people came over, and each of them took a copper coin. Next time, I should let you bring money with you. It will be more convenient for me to buy things. Li Qingqi gave out the money and felt that it was much easier. The woman here chose 3 bamboo bowls that no one had touched before and scooped up the herbal tea. The 3 of them took a small sip and tasted it. How is it? Li Qingqi asked. He was satisfied anyway. It's delicious. It quenches my thirst. My stomach feels better after drinking it. It will be even better if it's chilled. Pei Yaoqing said first and then made a request. I'll chill you. Li Qingqi said to Pei Yaoqing and looked at Li Yuanhong. There's the smell of herbs in it, but I can't taste it. Li Yuanhong analyzed the ingredients. They drank slowly. The guards went to buy them separately. They drank big mouthfuls and wiped their mouths. It was good. In the end, some people who did not swim saw it and came over to buy it. There was also the leader of the workers at the docks. He came over and asked for a set of tea. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, It's still too expensive for 1 coin per set. The workers can't bear to pay. Li Qingqi looked over. The people at the docks were using hand gourds to help lift the big construction items. They were still carrying sacks and other things, especially the gangplank from the ship. There were people selling tea at the docks, but they were selling it to the people on the ship and the leaders. The workers were sweating and drank cold water directly. I'll ask Brother E later if there's anything cheap to drink for the workers at the docks. Li Qingqi muttered. Li Yuanhong and Pei Yaoqing heard him and nodded at the same time. Yes, ask Li Yi. Chapter 368. Before noon, the news had spread all over Chang'an. They said that Her Majesty was afraid that the people would drown, so she spent a lot of money to make things and told them not to take them home. Adults with children were the happiest. Finally, children always went swimming, and some people died every year. Now Her Majesty was really thinking about them. I've never seen such a sycophantic official. Yao Chong was in a bad mood again. He didn't know why, but whenever Li Yi made a move, he felt that his status was low. He felt that his status was low and that His Majesty did not value him as much as before. The most annoying thing was that whenever Li Yi had something good, he would say that it was Her Majesty's, especially the tools that were made to benefit the people. Then Her Majesty would clear Li Yi's name and say that Li Yi had researched it. She would act like a sage, the kind that would be passed down through the ages. Yuanji, are you thinking of the people who work for you? Zhang Shuo was in a good mood. Previously, in order to deal with Li Yi's magical weapon, the recruitment of workers was an extra move. As long as they didn't commit any crimes, they could leave if they wanted to, unless they had something confidential. Those who made gunpowder were sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. The craftsmen and their families were overjoyed. Other people developed some improved tools, but they didn't promote them well. They didn't make much money, so some people took their monthly salary and left to join the Craftsmen's Alliance. Especially in the past 2 days, 3 competing craftsmen's alliances were willing to give others money to buy skills. Some of the workers who were recruited improved things, but they didn't promote them well and didn't get any extra rewards. They didn't get any fame or benefits, so they were sad. Those who were capable ran away, and those who weren't were paid well by Yao Chong's department. Hearing Zhang Shuo's words, Yao Chong closed his eyes and said, "Disband. Disband all the workers." After saying this, he sat on the chair and sulked. Lu Huaishan took a sip of tea and said, "They're selling herbal tea everywhere. They buy a large tub for 1 coin. I wonder how it tastes compared to this secondary class 2 green tea. Look at the price." Since Zhang Shuo couldn't drink the herbal tea, he directly talked about the price. He meant that the herbal tea wasn't good. "Isn't the price set by Li Yi?" Yao Chong complained. Then an idea occurred to him. "Say, there are a lot of mosquitoes and flies in the summer. We can still use the screens, but ordinary people can't afford to use them. Isn't Li Yi willing to benefit the people? Let him think of a way." After Yao Chong finished speaking, his expression became much better. "I don't think that's a good idea. No one can do anything about this unless they pay for the window screens." Lu Huaishan had a different opinion. The screen windows in his house were installed by Heavenly World. Normal windows were all square lattice windows. The windows in the new house were the largest. There were no lattices, and they looked very beautiful. The key is who to ask. If you ask Li, do you think he'll agree? Zhang Shuo mentioned the difficulty, meaning that it would be strenuous and troublesome. Yao Chong could see that his 2 colleagues had been bribed. Thinking of this, he went back to his room. "I don't want to chat with you anymore. I have something to do." Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan looked at each other and left together. They did have something to do. After lunch, they just chatted for a while. In the evening, the children of the ordinary people went home and talked to their families about the ball they used. Then, they wanted to drink herbal tea. Those whose families were well off promised to give them herbal tea tomorrow. Those whose families were not so well off remained silent. They had a good impression of the ball. With this, they would not have to worry about drowning. On the way, Li Longji heard a lot of children talking to adults about the river. He said to Li Qingqi, who was sitting next to him, "Brother Yi, you did well this time. Yesterday, I still haven't thought of how to settle the wages of the people watching over the river. In the end, Brother Yi made herbal tea and sold it. The ordinary people have an income and can still watch over their things. As for the little money that Zhuangzi makes, it doesn't matter. Today, when I saw the workers at the dock, I was going to ask Brother Yi if he could let them drink some good water." When Li Qingqi said this, he did not expect Li Yi to have a solution. He just wanted to ask, in case there was a solution. When the car arrived, they entered the single room in the canteen. There was beef today. It was a dead cow that was delivered in the morning. After inspection, it was edible. Then for dinner, Empress Wang wanted to eat noodles, wide noodles. Everyone ate beef noodles together. Li and the other two ate the main course last. They wanted to drink some wine. Drinking wine in summer was still hot. Brother E, the people at the dock always drink water from the river. They can't afford herbal tea. Li Qingqi did not beat around the bush. Big brother, you want them to drink hot water to reduce diseases? We don't know what will come from the river upstream. Li understood. They don't drink water with other things, even if it's boiled water. Li Qingqi lowered his requirements. Li frowned. Even if it's just 1 coin for them to drink for a day, they still can't bear it. I know there's no other way. Li Qingqi held the wine cup and apologized. He had made things difficult for Li. Li did not hold the wine cup. Instead, he asked, Big brother, how's the football competition going? It's going well. It's making money. The advertising fee is getting higher and higher. The audience is willing to buy the popcorn and tea. Li Qingqi introduced the football competition. There were 22 counties in the capital. Each county would send 2 teams to play the competition. Even the last team would get money. The players were almost professional now. They were specially trained for the competition. They would also watch other teams' matches. Usually, there would be one in the morning and another in the afternoon. A part of the advertising fee was given to the teams according to their performance. Now, the money was distributed once per round. Otherwise, the players would not have enough food to eat and would not have the strength to play. Li Qingqi used the rest of the money to buy things and send them to Grief Tianfeng. There were also some patients who could not afford to pay for the medicine. They would help to buy cheap medicine. Li listened. When his big brother was almost done, he smiled and said, Big brother, you reminded me when you mentioned the advertising fee. The people who carry the work at the docks are usually reluctant to wear clothes. They just carry the things in burlap sacks. You can make clothes for them to wear and advertise on the clothes. They will wear the clothes for free. Big brother will take the advertising fee and let them drink water for free. Tea won't do. They sweat a lot and need to replenish their salt. So, it's best to drink soup without oil. This way, the soup can be drunk even when it gets cold. Oh, it's actually so simple. Li Qingqi clapped his hands hard. Li Longji shook his head. Simple? Of course it's simple. Uncle, is it useful to wear the advertisements on the clothes? Empress Wang ate a few mouthfuls of noodles and stopped. Without waiting for Li to answer, Li Qingqi explained. If brother E sets up a trading company called Li Trading Company, all the people at the docks will wear clothes with the words Li Trading Company written on it. When other ships passing by see it and want to buy or sell things, they will naturally ask Li Trading Company what it is. Moreover, they are more willing to cooperate with powerful trading companies, especially when they buy and sell large quantities of goods. Li Trading Company can make clothes and soup for so many people at the docks. It can be seen that its strength is ordinary. I see. Empress Wang thought for a while and nodded. Brother E, I will arrange it. Now, we don't have to worry about their skin getting sunburned or scratched. We also don't have to worry about them getting sick from drinking dirty water. There are also people who will get heat stroke and fever. Drink soup with salt in it. Even if they are hungry, they can eat wild vegetables to fill their stomach. Li Qingqi picked up the wine cup again. This time, Li picked it up and drank together. Chapter 369. After dinner, Li went to copy books. Li Longji and Li Qingqi couldn't sleep again. The two of them went out of Zhuangzi. There was a dock at Bar River. There were more than 30 docks around Chang, and among which the Wei River was the largest. The two of them led the team to the dock at Bar River. During the day, the dock was bustling. At night, there were fewer idle people, but there were still many people loading and unloading goods. It costs a lot of money for a big ship to stop for an extra day. The goods that needed to be loaded at night had to be moved out of the city in half a day and lined up. The goods were unloaded at night and waited for dawn to be transported into the city. Torches swayed in the wind. The porters didn't have to look at their feet. They carried the goods and walked on the gangplank step by step. There was a big shelf on the dock. Under the shelf, there was an open cage. After loading the goods, the hand gourds were lifted up and brought to the shore. It was more convenient to hang hooks. The people on the ship and on the shore tied ropes and left a buckle. They hung the hooks up and lifted the goods. The hand gourds made by the craftsmen are getting more and more exquisite. Li Qingqi saw that the hand gourds were of different sizes. Brother Yi's things are used well by others. They will definitely improve them. Now, in the Tang dynasty, as long as there is a dock for water transportation, there will be hand gourds. Li Longji mentioned Li Yi. It was a good thing designed and invented by Li. Businessmen still didn't care about using iron to make the gourds. A good lifting tool could speed up the progress of the project. When businessmen found good things, they spread the news quickly. If a dock didn't have one, a businessman would go over and talk about other docks, and this dock would immediately learn. It spread faster than farming tools. The farmers sometimes got used to the previous model, so it was a process for them to change. Businessmen only had profit in their eyes. They could save 2 days in a month and save nearly a month in a year. Li Qingqi watched as the man carrying the goods put a sack of chips on his shoulder, and the others lifted the sack with the goods on it. One sack after another was stacked high. The man held the sacks with one hand and supported it with the other. He tilted his head and walked on the gangplank, trembling a few times. After the goods were unloaded, they turned around and went to another gangplank. Some of them wiped the sweat off their faces with their hands after unloading the goods. They picked up the bamboo tube beside them and scooped some water from the large vat to pour over their heads. He then scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth and poured it into his mouth. He then tossed the bamboo tube aside and carried the sack of chips onto the boat. Tomorrow, I'll set up the clothing association and advertise for the clothing industry. I'll learn from Brother Yi and Zhuangzi and do manual labor. Li Qingqi looked at the suffering of the people and clenched his fists. The Zhuangzi he was talking about was wearing a waistcoat. The cloth was made of canvas, so there were no sleeves in the way when he worked. At the same time, the opening of the waistcoat was very wide. Once he moved, the wind would blow through and it would cool him down. As for the canvas, it was sturdy enough that even sharp objects couldn't pierce through it. Of course, Zhuangzi used the flatbed trolley the most. Who would be willing to carry it back and forth? It was tiring. Elder brother, go take care of it. Li Longji supported. Elder brother, look, Brother Yi will solve the problems of a small number of people today and another small number tomorrow. Today he will take out a tool for planting seedlings, and tomorrow he will take out a tool for harvesting. Everything seems small. As more and more problems are solved, more and more tools will be produced. When you look back, you will find that there are too many changes. How many people are living because of Brother Yi? Li Longji wasn't an ordinary person who worked hard and worked step by step. He saw things from a different perspective, a little bit at a time. In winter, he could earn some money by picking ice, kneading mud, picking tea leaves, and making cannons. In total, it was equivalent to more than a year's income of an ordinary person. It was the same for farming tools. It saved the accumulation of strength and time. In winter, he could skate for the children in the fields to prevent them from falling into the ice hole in the river. In summer, he could take out money to make a large number of fart balls. At the same time, he could also solve the livelihood of some people who couldn't do manual labor. As for the dock porters, ordinary people only thought about how to find the cheapest things to boil water to drink. Brother Yi solved the problem from the root. As long as the advertising fee was high enough, the dock workers could even drink soup with meat. Thinking about meat, Li Longji suggested, Brother, I see that there are people at the dock who can rest for a while. So, there's no need to make all the soup cold. If the advertising fee is high enough, cook the bones every 2 days and put in the cheap vegetables or wild vegetables. They brought dry food, so they can eat the vegetable soup. If the advertising fee is high, I'll take care of their meals. It's easy for me to earn money. With Brother E around, Why should I keep the advertising fee? Li Qingqi was even more straightforward. He had invested in the farming by the seaside. The football field and the Craftsman Alliance had been making money. He bought Zhuangzi and made a lot of money from selling vegetables, cantaloupes, and watermelons in the winter. As King Song, if he didn't rebel, it was useless for him to have too much money. Besides, he would have more money to spend in the future. Since that's the case, brother, you can fork out money to repair the road. I'm poor here and I can't even eat. Li Longji suddenly joked. Third, brother, when the salt wells are dug out one by one and the gold in Lantan County is mined, you will be the richest man in the Tang dynasty. You should learn from Brother E and bribe the officials. If you have money, you should donate it. If you keep it, His Majesty will punish you. Ha 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 ha, Li Qingqi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, right, His Majesty is narrow-minded. Aya. Li Longji also laughed. The next morning, the two of them left Zhuangzi in a hurry. Li Qingqi found someone to set up the clothing shop alliance. At the same time, he asked which shop had skilled tailors he could hire. If they were good enough, he would raise their position and pay and make them management staff. He also found someone to build a stove at the dock and find coal and firewood. At the same time, he also brought a big pot over. Seeing people setting up stoves at the dock, they were baffled. Who is selling food here? Someone asked, but the workers didn't know, and the commanders didn't say. It was easy to make a waistcoat. It could be cut into different sizes. It was fine if it was a little bigger. He just needed to sew a few pieces and lock them at the bottom. There was no need for buttons at the front. He just needed to sew a canvas strip made from the leftover cloth and tie it. Before noon, a batch of canvas waistcoats was finished. There were also words written on them. Clothing Shop Alliance. Li Qingqi decided to let the dock workers have a good meal for the first meal. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he went to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy things. He asked for stewed chicken and wild vegetables. It would be best to add some tofu. He asked for the chicken to be stewed in small pieces and not in big pieces. Otherwise, he was afraid that the people at the dock would snatch it and fight with them. Therefore, the people in the kitchen at the back of Zhuangzi directly removed the chicken and put it in the meat grinder to mince. They then soaked it in cold water to soak the blood foam out. When the hot water over there boiled, they poured it in directly. This time the chicken was crushed. The fat on the chicken was shaved off and put into a big pot. After that, they scooped a spoonful of the mixture of fat and oil into the big pot for stewing chicken. In this way, there would be oil in every bowl of soup. This was called oil slick, and it was very deceptive. There was no tofu, but the dried tofu was shredded. Using the noodle press invented by Li Yi, very fine shredded tofu was pressed neatly. At Li Yi's time, the dried tofu in many small shops, such as the rice noodle shop, was pressed this way instead of cutting it. Cutting was very tiring. The shredded tofu was spread out in the soup. It seemed that it could be scooped out at any time. These vegetables were packed in big wooden buckets and sent away. The people at the dock cooked the rice themselves. Chapter 370. Let's take a break and change jobs. A foreman on the Ba Shui pier shouted. After his team unloaded their things, they went to get their food. Another foreman followed and shouted, "Change jobs, let's go." A group of people rushed to each position with sacks and took over. Those who were organized were like this. Those who were not organized would get a stick for each trip. When they stopped working, they would count the sticks. Such people were usually too skinny or stronger than others. Other teams were not willing to take thin people because they would delay things. Strong people did not want to join others and delay their own earning. The disadvantage of being organized was that they had to give some money to the organization and let others take the money that they worked so hard to earn. The advantage of being organized was that the organization would charter a boat and negotiate a price. No one was allowed to touch the boat. When there were fewer boats and fewer goods, they could not find work. Work not only required strength, but also cooperation. Others throwing sacks for you were stable and comfortable. It was two different things to stack the sacks yourself. There were two people at the Ba Shui Pier who were the most interesting. One was Wang Xiaoxi, and the other was Li Daniu. Wang Xiaoxi was over 2 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in lumps of meat. Li Daniu was shorter than Wang Xiaoxi by 2 heads and was skinny. Usually, when there was work, Li Daniu was responsible for stacking sacks for Wang Xiaoxi. Although he was skinny, he had strength and could throw sacks. In other words, Li Daniu's explosive strength was strong. Wang Xiaoxi didn't have the strength to throw things, but he could carry a lot of sacks at once. Other people carried sacks on their shoulders, but Wang Xiaoxi carried a board. Li Daniu threw the sacks on the board. A gunny sack of millet weighed more than 150 kilograms. An average person could carry 2 or 3 gunny sacks, and that was already considered impressive. He could carry 6 of them, and he didn't even sway when he walked. Li Daniu usually threw 5 sacks to Wang Xiaoxi, and did not give him a 6th. He would carry one himself. The two of them carried more sacks than others. Both families had no people and no land, so they became runaways. They had just arrived a month ago and wanted to join the Li family Zhuangzi as migrant workers. When they arrived, they saw the Qianyo guards guarding the place. They did not know if they would be caught, so they did not dare to go over. Hence, they worked together at the dock. The two of them worked well together. Wang Xiaoxi ate a lot, while Li Daniu ate relatively less. The two of them were waiting for an opportunity to sneak over. It was time to eat again. Neither of them knew how to cook, so they used their wages to buy rice, pickled vegetables, and cold water. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoxi would not be able to eat his fill. The money was in Zhang Daniu's hands. He was meticulous and could save some money. At least if the clothes were worn out, he would have money to buy a new one. He was small, so he could wear any second-hand clothes. Wang Xiaoxi's figure could not fit into other people's clothes. Xiaoxi, let's work another 4 hours this afternoon. I'll buy you a chicken to eat. You can't go without meat. Li Daniu said to Wang Xiaoxi, Brother Daniu, you should eat too. Wang Xiaoxi swallowed his saliva when he heard that there was going to be meat. The two of them prepared to buy food. There were people at the docks who specialized in providing food for them. From the worst rice to wine and meat, there were all kinds of dishes. Different people ate different kinds of food. The two of them ate the worst food, but there were pickles. The rice was old, but there was no sand in it. Selling rice with sand counts. But what's the use of sand when cooking rice? Aren't they afraid of being beaten? Everyone, come and eat. It's free. There's meat and tofu in the soup. It's dried tofu. Someone shouted. Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi looked at each other. Wang Xiaoxi said, I heard someone say that there's free food and meat. Li Daniu nodded. I heard it too. Is that possible? Who would be so stupid? Wang Xiaoxi said. Let's go and take a look. What if it's true? Li Daniu did not believe it either. But since someone shouted, they would take a look. The two of them followed the voice and arrived at the place. There were several large pots that were emitting steam. The thick smell of chicken soup wafted out from the wooden barrels, causing them to salivate. There were already people queuing in front of them. There were 8 rows. Li Daniu pulled Wang Xiaoxi and found a line with fewer people to stand behind. Li Daniu was shorter than the others. He wanted to look in front, but it was tiring to jump. Wang Xiaoxi grabbed his trousers and pulled him up to his shoulders. This height was enough for him to be taller than everyone else. Li Daniu saw someone pressing his fingerprints on the clothes. He then took out a shirt without sleeves. Looking at the material, it was made of canvas. He then went to the side to get a bowl and filled it with rice. The person who got the rice scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup and gave him a pickled vegetable. Brother Daniu, you're really giving us rice. I saw it in the soup. There's minced meat and a layer of oil on top. Wang Xiaoxi's eyesight was good. You're giving us clothes? Why are you pressing your fingerprints? Don't sell us. I'll take a look later. I know a few words. Li Daniu was thinking about the clothes and the handprints. Giving food for free was like giving porridge. White clothes and sturdy canvas clothes at that. Who would be so stupid? Thinking about the handprints, there must be a problem. Clothing alliance, what's that? Li Daniu saw the words on the clothes and was even more puzzled. When the people in front of them finished, it was their turn. Wang Xiaoxi put Li Daniu down. Oh, you were the tallest in the line just now. Now that you're here, you're like a small mountain. Don't worry, there's a vest that you can wear. Our clothing alliance has thought of it. The person sitting there stood up and raised his head to look at Wang Xiaoxi. What's with the handprints? Li Daniu went up and asked. After pressing the handprints, it's the number of the person who will wear it on the day of work. Everyone has their own number and can't wear it randomly. If there's a dispute, compare the handprints and see whose handprints belong to. Otherwise, if some people wear and tear more than others, how do we calculate? The person in charge of registration said, You're not looking at anything else. Li Daniu asked again, Are you trying to escape? We don't care. We only provide you with food and give you the vest. You have to wear it when you go to work and return it when you get off work. The person in charge of registration guessed it as soon as he heard that. However, he indicated that they weren't from the government. Who said that? We're not trying to escape. Why are you treating us so well? Li Daniu wanted to ask, clearly, Do you see the words on the clothes? Clothing Alliance, this is an advertisement. Those who can read can understand it. Those who can't read will be curious and ask others. If you wear it and work at the docks, the passing ships will know that we are from the Clothing Alliance. In the future, we will change the advertisement. I know. We hired people to spread the advertisement for you. Okay, press your handprints. Hurry up! The food and soup will be finished soon. Li Daniu understood and hurried them. The two of them pressed their handprints and chose a number. Wang Xiaoxi received a vest that he could wear. He turned around to scoop the rice and stood there. The person who got the rice laughed, Big fella, you can eat as much as you want. A bowl of rice, 2 spoonfuls of soup, and a pickled vegetable. After you finish, you can scoop more. If he eats a lot, won't you lose out? Li Daniu always had questions. He's tall and eye-catching. Everyone can see him just by standing there. What's there to be afraid of if he eats a lot? The person replied with a smile. When he scooped the rice for Wang Xiaoxi, he added half a spoonful of soup. If he scooped any more, there wouldn't be enough. The two of them carried their bowls and chopsticks and went to a place with fewer people. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Chapter 371. It's delicious. Wang Xiaoxi swung his chopsticks and a third of the bowl of rice, as well as the vegetable leaves, shredded tofu, and minced chicken, entered his mouth. He was careful when eating the pickled vegetables. He was afraid that he would be thirsty if he ate too much. He took a small bite and his eyes lit up. Brother Daniu, the pickled vegetables are different from the ones you buy, he said as if he had discovered a secret treasure. This is pickled vegetables. The mustard is marinated in the jar. After marinating, the taste of the pickled vegetables will be better, but the taste of the sauce will be worse. Li Daniu tasted a little and immediately judged. The price difference between pickled vegetables with salt and pickled vegetables with sauce was more than double. This type of pickled vegetables was especially expensive. The soup is also good. Wang Xiaoxi commented on the soup. There is no blood foam. The meat is so minced. How did you get rid of the foam? Li Daniu did not know. Okay. Wang Xiaoxi's chopsticks moved again. The big bowl of rice and soup were all in his stomach. He hesitated and asked Li Daniu, Should I go and get the rice? I will go with you. Li Daniu had questions to ask. The two of them went over. Wang Xiaoxi shyly handed the bowl over. His size coupled with his expression at this moment made people feel very conflicted. The person who got the rice smiled and did not say anything. He took out 1/3 of the pickled vegetables from the bowl, scooped the rice, ladled the soup, and put the pickled vegetables back. Where did you guys get the pickled vegetables? The taste is better than the ones I have eaten before. Li Daniu finally found a chance to ask. The person who got the rice turned his head and said, Li family Zhuangzi. The soup was also bought from Zhuangzi. The other people beside him were excited. No wonder it is so delicious. It is Li family Zhuangzi's food. The ready-made alliance is amazing. Isn't that so? Li family Zhuangzi's food can be bought. The pickled vegetables are marinated with fermented tofu sauce. Li family Zhuangzi's pickled vegetables are different from others. Hurry up and eat. This time I am relieved. The ready-made alliance has a strong foundation. Yes, I thought we were cheated. I am impressed that they can buy vegetables from Li family Zhuangzi's cafeteria. I can't afford to go to Heavenly Earth, but I can eat better soup and pickles. Everyone began to discuss enthusiastically. When they ate it again, they felt that the taste was different from before. It was amazing. Li Qingqi had changed into ordinary clothes and was also eating with a bowl in his hand. He knew that the soup used oil and ground chicken, but he wasn't worried about eating it. The most reassuring thing about Brother Yi was the food. He did not want to go anywhere else. It was too far from Zhuangzi, but close to the Baishui pier. He ate a few mouthfuls, laughed, and muttered to himself, sloppy soup, yet the taste is still not bad. In the whole of Chang, and only the Li family Zhuangzi can cook for all the dock workers at the same time with a notice more than 2 hours in advance. He couldn't see other places, but in front of him he realized that the dock workers could really eat. He planned to go back and ask Brother E if he could earn back the advertising fees if he only provided soup and no food in the future. He saw people who didn't have much meat on their bodies eating bowl after bowl of rice. After a big pot of rice was filled, another pot would be changed and rice would be cooked again. Even so, there were still people waiting. The number of people waiting in line increased, and Li Qingqi couldn't eat anymore. He instructed a person beside him, "Go and tell Brother E that there's no more food here." The person who was instructed ran away from the pier, mounted a horse, and ran a few steps. He entered Zhuangzi and found Songda. "There's not enough food." "Come, send the food over. Send it to all the docks. Be quick." Songda glanced at the other party and instructed the farmer. Carriages carrying small rice, yellow rice, sorghum rice, and pancakes rushed out. Seeing the carriages leave, the messenger scratched his head. Dongzhu said that the dock workers have a bigger appetite, so they probably didn't prepare enough food. Especially the soup, they would finish a bowl after 2 mouthfuls. "We have been cooking and pancakes here. It's the first day we are delivering food to others, so we can't embarrass ourselves. There's still some leftover beef from yesterday. I'll give you a piece. Take it," Songda said as he took a large piece of marinated beef that weighed more than 10 jin. The messenger understood that the meat wasn't for him, but for King Song. However, since King Song and Li Yi were close friends, Songda couldn't say that it was for King Song. After all, it wasn't his place to give food. He left with 10 jin of sliced beef and garlic paste. His speed was fast, and he caught up with the carriage that Zhuangzi sent to Baishui Pier. They arrived together. No one paid attention to him. The people at the pier were all looking at the luxurious carriages carrying pots of rice. It was all white rice. When the lids were opened, the rice grains were revealed. It wasn't watery at all. It was dry rice and the fragrance of rice with a hint of rice husk spread in the air. "All right, there's food. Everyone, come and get your food." The person in charge of getting the food heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to wait for the rice in the pot to be cooked. "Oh my God, the Qingyi Alliance is taking food from Li family Zhuangzi. Hurry up and get the food. Even if I'm stuffed to death today, I must eat more." The pier became lively again. Li Qingqi saw so much spiced beef. He couldn't finish it, and there wasn't enough for his subordinates to share. He looked up and saw a tall man. He picked up about a jin of beef slices and stuffed a pile of meat slices into the mouth of the person who ran back. "Give it to the person who is taller than the others. Hurry up and eat." When it's delivered, you can eat more. Li Qingqi said, "Yes, yes, yes." The man chewed hard and picked up the spiced beef, wrapped in paper. He slowly walked over and ate as he walked. When he reached the tall man, he had already eaten more than a gene of spiced beef. He didn't even taste it and only focused on eating. "Big guy, here you go," he said, and stuffed the paper bag into Wang Xiaoxi's arms. He turned around and ran to drink soup. He felt choked. Wang Xiaoxi grabbed a big bag of spiced beef and didn't know what to do. In the afternoon, Li Qingqi found Li Yi, who had just finished copying a medical book. "Brother Yi, they can eat too much. I don't think they can earn back the advertising cost by providing food." Li Qingqi sipped a mouthful of iced herbal tea and sat there sighing. "Didn't we agree to give them warm water yesterday? Today is the first day. Just give them a meal, and in the future it will be soup." Li Yi persuaded. He knew what his brother was thinking. He wanted to eat until he became fat. Look at the way they eat. It's like they have been hungry for days. Li Qingqi finally realized that people of the same size could eat 4 or 5 times more than him. They eat like that all the time. The money they earn from working is enough for them to eat their fill. But I have a way to lower the price of their food. It will only affect the people who sell food at the pier. Li Yi had a way to solve the problem of the price in the face of the pier workers eating too much. If the price was solved, it would be a blow to the people who rely on selling food to make money. "Brother Yi, tell me, I might not be able to use it." Li Qingqi's vocabulary of adverbs suddenly became rich. Food and beverage discount advertising model. For example, if I want to sell food in Zhuangzi, I will sell it to the pier workers at cost price. They will spend less money. Then I will pull up a banner and write, "Li Family Zhuangzi's food is too delicious. After eating one bowl, I want to eat another bowl. If you don't believe me, take a look." Of course, the people who work at the pier will eat another bowl after eating one bowl, unless the bowl is as big as a basin. Others don't know about it. They just want to try it. Once they get off the boat, they will come to Zhuangzi to eat. Li Yi said another advertising model. Li Qingqi. Chapter 372. There's no need to rely on the port for transportation. There's always a heartwarming friendship in the new alliance. There's no need to stand in 3 parts of the world. Lofty sentiments surging like waves. The sun shines in the sunset. The beautiful scenery never sinks. Li Qingqi, who thought that he knew the advertising industry very well, realized that he was a baby after listening to Li Yi's words. In the hands of Brother Yi, an advertisement could be used to great effect. "Little brother Yi, tell me, should I do as you say? Those who sell rice are businessmen. It's not easy for them to work." Li Qingqi asked Li Yi, with obvious prejudice in his words. In his heart, the status of businessmen couldn't be compared to the status of workers. "Big brother, go and find out about the overall profits of the rice sellers and the profits of the labor force workers. If the overall profits are high, discuss with them and reduce the labor force workers a little. If the profits of the labor force workers are also high, then naturally you have to reduce it. This profit refers to the profit after deducting the entry fee. Not all rice sellers can sell at the port. Every port is controlled by a powerful force. Some of them are controlled by several forces and then compromise with each other." Li Yi gave a suggestion. It was just like how he advertised that officials should be honest, but he bribed them. This was the way to advertise. Whether an official was corrupt or not depended on what the official did. If an official in a poor county was punished for corruption, the people would celebrate with firecrackers. If an official led a county to increase the income of the people by more than 10 times, the local people would be unhappy if they wanted to punish him for some money. The policy of raising honest officials with high salaries was created to deal with this. There were also some who tacitly agreed that when the local officials led everyone to become rich, they would also become rich. Li Yi didn't talk about the port now. He wanted to deal with the forces behind the scenes. After dealing with one batch, there would be another batch. The superstructure required a balance. In a balance, they would develop production technology and transform it into productivity. At the same time, they would strengthen faith education and system recognition education. Li Qingqi listened and noted it down carefully. He wanted to send someone to investigate. With a trump card in hand, he felt that he had a bargaining chip to negotiate with those people. If you don't do it when I ask you to, don't blame me for personally making you unable to sell your rice. Big brother, don't be so quick to take revenge. Li Yi looked at his big brother and was afraid that his big brother would bully others for fun. No, there's no such thing. Brother Yi, on the other hand, you always give people the impression that you can negotiate even if they provoke you. Don't you want to have a good time? Li Qingqi talked about how the businessmen had bullied Li Yi in the past, and Li Yi would always softly retaliate. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yi had dealt with those people from Lantian County, he would have thought that this was his personality. Achieving one's goal is the most satisfying. Compared to the joy of killing someone, it's not as satisfying as saving someone's life. If I want to kill, there's no one I can't kill. That's why I don't want to bully people like that. It's meaningless for an adult to bully a child. As a politician, he should prioritize the implementation of administrative policies. Those who were capable could make their political opponents submit without batting an eyelid. People with average abilities could find something to use against their political opponents and impeach them. Those who don't have the ability use radical methods to kill the other party. Li Yi explained the relationship between will, goal, status, and means. Li Qingqi narrowed his eyes and thought a lot. The most regrettable thing was that if he had met Brother Yi alone 10 years ago, perhaps, oh no, Brother Yi was only 7 years old at that time. The current him had long lost his ambition to look down on the world. If that position was given to him, he wouldn't sit there. It was too tiring, and he had to scheme against people all day long. In the afternoon, the docks became more lively than before. Wearing the canvas vest on their bodies, the porters were like children who had received a new toy. They touched it left and right, and the weight of the canvas made them feel at ease. After putting on the sleeveless clothes, she no longer had to worry about being scratched and leaving a swollen red mark on her body. Or she might even get a cut. Moreover, the sun couldn't directly shine on their bodies, so there was less of a burning sensation. The other most important thing was that when the laborers at the docks found out that the lunch was from Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi, they felt as if they had eaten an elixir. It was obviously a soup of ordinary chicken puree with vegetable leaves and dried tofu, but it made them taste the delicious wine. When the sacks of chips were placed on their shoulders again, they no longer felt uncomfortable. Although they had been doing it every day and had developed calluses, they still felt uncomfortable every time they did it. For a moment, the loading and unloading of goods at the docks was much more efficient than before. The people on the passing ships were dumbfounded. All the porters at the docks were wearing the same canvas clothes without sleeves. The same words were written on their clothes. Ready-made Clothing Alliance. What's a ready-made clothing alliance? The people on the passenger ship were shocked. I don't know. I only see that their clothes are neat. I know ready-made clothing stores are ready-made clothing stores, and an alliance is a union of ready-made clothing stores. I remember Chang and has an alliance of craftsmen. They're called the Workers' Alliance. Is it the Chung Alliance now? E-Alliance. Amazing, their clothes are obviously made by the Ready-Made Clothing Alliance. Where's the E-Alliance? When I get off the ship, I'll go take a look and see if there are any nice clothes. I'll buy 2 sets or order some. Find a ready-made clothing store and ask if it's the E-Alliance. If it's the E-Alliance, we'll do it there. If it's not, we'll go to another store. Yes, the weather is hot. I don't have many silk clothes to change into. I need to buy new clothes. The people on the passenger ship spoke one after another. Those who didn't plan to buy clothes were now tempted. The shopkeepers and owners on the cargo ship saw the clothes of the dock porters and then looked at their own subordinates. They were considering whether to buy a set for their subordinates. Because their subordinates were still bare-chested, They looked at others with envy when they saw that they had sturdy new clothes. Other businessmen who arrived in Tang and with the goods saw the scale of the ready-made clothing alliance. They had already heard that all the docks in Tang, and regardless of whether they were permanent or temporary workers, had a new set of clothes and provided lunch and soup. This was called scale, and this was called strength. Who didn't know that canvas was sturdy? But they also knew that the price of canvas was very high. The people behind the Workers' Alliance and the E-Alliance are not ordinary. A big businessman who was transporting all kinds of cloth from the south stood at the bow of the ship and said, "Brother Fong, it seems that we need to talk to the people of the E-Alliance." Someone standing next to him said, "Enter the city and see how many ready-made clothing stores in Chang and have joined the Ready-Made Clothing Alliance. Then, see if the cloth companies that supply the stores have also joined. Brother Fong, where do you think those people are from?" The person next to him pointed at the extra group of people at the docks. To be precise, there were two groups of people. There was a distance between them. The person called Brother Fong looked over and saw a group of people setting up a table. Then they opened the bundles and the pants inside spilled out. Another group of people also set up a table. They seemed to have taken out a pouch. The porters who were resting went to line up again. After they finished lining up in one place, they changed to another. "Send someone to ask," Brother Fong said. Someone on the ship used another ship to jump over and came back not long after. The two groups that came are from the Proper Clothing Alliance and the Wrong Clothing Alliance. The Righteous Uniform Alliance gave him a pair of canvas trousers. The trousers were shorter, and they were called three-quarter trousers. The Song Clothing Alliance gave us a pouch. It's a very wide pouch that can be folded. It can be placed on the shoulder instead of the gunny sack. The person who came back reported to Brother Fong. Chapter 373. Heaven on earth gathers in the imperial court. The emperor does not leave behind grievances. Never worries about anything. No one needs to ask about new screens. Brother Fong and the person beside him looked at each other, and the two of them discovered the same situation. Why is it so similar to the Craftsman Alliance? The person beside him said, 3 parts of the world, 3 pillars of the tripod stable. Brother Fong seemed to understand something. Who do you want to talk to? Everyone. The two of them began to discuss, including the price, to see if there was any agreement on price between the 3 alliances. From time to time, there was a burst of laughter at the docks. The porters originally wore pants without any other clothes. Now that they had been given new pants, they had to change into them, so there was a passenger ship near the shore. Many women stuck their heads out to look, then spat and turned their heads away. After a few breaths, they looked again and spat again. The people who changed into the new pants tried the pouch and felt full of energy, as if their little universe was about to explode. The main thing was that the pants were designed well. The pants were short, so they didn't have to worry about scratching something and tripping themselves. The pants they wore were rolled up, and when they weren't working, they were rolled down. They couldn't bear to cut off a part of the pants. When they were outside, what was the point of having pants that were a bit short? The key was that the pants were specially designed with external pockets. After a trip, according to the number of sticks they had moved, they could stuff them in. Previously, they had used a cloth pocket, which wasn't close to the body. The pouch could be folded, and when folded, it was thick enough to press things down to the shoulders. When it was unfolded, it could be used to cover the face, and when resting for a while, it could be used as sunlight. From the clothes to the pants to the pouch, all of the designs were so considerate. The people from Rongi Alliance who gave the pouch measured each person's feet one by one. It's really too rushed, so the shoes can't be made. In 3 to 5 days, everyone will have new shoes. Because our Rongi Alliance's pouch has a small advertising space. After everyone wears the new shoes, remember to say that it's comfortable when others ask. The slogan is Rongi Rongi, the most consistent. Don't forget, when the shoes are broken, we'll mend them, and if they're rotten, we'll replace them. The people whose feet were measured nodded vigorously. Wasn't it just shouting a slogan, saying that their shoes were good, no problem? What was going on today? So many great benefactors giving clothes and a full set. When it was time to eat at night, the three prime ministers and Wei Zhigu, who had been dragged over by Zhang Shuo, sat in a single room and looked at the scenery downstairs through the glass window. Many people were passing by with new clothes in their hands. Usually, such a scene would not be seen. The Qingyi Alliance, Jingyi Alliance, and Rongyi Alliance. King Song has moved again. Just like the Craftsman Alliance, the three alliances are competing with each other. Zhang Shuo looked outside and said to the three of them with a smile, "Chaos, complete chaos. This alliance, that alliance, it's getting harder and harder for the imperial court to manage. Once our influence grows, others will follow suit. What should we do?" Yao Chong attacked the alliance model from the perspective of the concentration and combination of private capital. Lu Huaishan glanced at Yao Chong and said, "Originally there was an alliance, but it was done in secret. Now that it's out in the open, I think it's easier to manage." Did the imperial court acknowledge the existence of the past? Now that you've admitted it, there's going to be an alliance that teaches people to believe this and that, and then Yao Chong spoke again from the perspective of religious belief and rebellion. "Isn't the Craftsman Alliance managed by Wei Zhigu? Zhigu, what do you think?" Zhang Shuo asked Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu thought for a moment and said, "It's all right. When the three Craftsman Alliances have new technology, they will file it with the Ministry of Works. This means that if the Ministry of Works carries out a project, they will see if it can be used. When calculating the cost, they will include the new technology in it. This way, they can save money for Zhuozong. The Ministry of Works will take out a file and place it in the Works Supervisor and the Ministry of Finance. The manufacturing of weapons might also be able to use the new technology. These are all things that benefit the imperial court." Wei Zhigu spoke up for Wei Zhigu. He indeed thought so. He believed that the Qingyi Alliance would follow the Craftsman Alliance's method and submit new clothing designs. For example, what clothing would be more comfortable and warm for soldiers fighting in winter? Yao Chong also had something to say. If the two alliances managed by King Song are like this, who can guarantee that others will do the same? Since Li Yi brought out the Craftsman Alliance, he must have a countermeasure. Lu Huaishan directly mentioned Li Yi. He was not worried. There are many mosquitoes and flies in the house during summer. Who will go and ask? Yao Chong changed the topic. Feeling the loss of power and favor, he was very anxious. As the prime minister of the imperial court, he had to watch a young man go back and forth. Empress Wang decided to move over and wait for her child to be born. His Majesty went at night and returned at dawn. Logically speaking, His Majesty should be tired from running between two places. When he saw His Majesty every day, he found that His Majesty was full of energy. It was obvious that he rested better in Zhuangzi. In the past, His Majesty would occasionally look for him in the garden at the back for a meal and a drink. It had been many days since His Majesty called him over. What was the point of being the Prime Minister? Seeing Yao Chong's expression, Zhang Shuo was secretly delighted. He had tried his best to stop Yao Chong from becoming the Prime Minister, but His Majesty had already made up his mind and distanced himself from him. "Now it's your turn, Yao Chong. I'll let you experience it." While they were each thinking of their own ideas, Li Longji arrived at Zhuangzi as expected. As Yao Chong saw, Li Longji did not sleep with the other concubines at night. He was in good spirits. At the same time, the quality of sleep in Zhuangzi was high. He was at ease and did not have the coldness of the palace. Everyone in Zhuangzi was trustworthy. In particular, Li Longji always believed that Li Yi had special martial skills. If all the places rebelled and besieged Zhuangzi, brother, he would be able to solve it. He no longer ate the food that others tasted and let cool, or the food that was cooled and then reheated. He slept well, ate well, and was in a good mood. Naturally, his body was in good health. He did not need to personally walk to and from work every day. When he arrived at Zhuangzi, Li Longji saw someone using a flatbed cart to transport things away. When he saw Li Yi, he asked, "I just sent them away. Do they look like windows to me?" "Third brother, wash your hands first. Let's talk while we eat." Li Yi did not immediately answer. Li Longji quickly finished cleaning up and came over to eat together. Tonight, they were eating a large plate of chicken. There were no potatoes, so they used yams instead. The chicken was all large pieces. The sauce on it looked very appetizing. The noodles were ready. As long as Empress Wang said that they were eating the main dish, they would immediately cook it and put it in the large plate of chicken mixed with the soup. Empress Wang said that she wanted to eat wide noodles, but not the kind that was mixed with sauce and put in soup. So Li Yi made a large plate of chicken and ate it with the soup. After Li Longji learned of the situation, he nodded to Li Yi in admiration. His wife was always thinking about eating new things. If it was anyone else, they would have been tortured to death. Only brother Yi was tenacious and capable. The three of them continued to drink. Empress Wang added a dish of stir-fried vegetables and mixed mushrooms to replenish her vitamins. She could not only eat chicken and yams. She just wanted to taste these two things. Li Longji ate a piece of chicken first, then drank a glass of wine. He said to Li Yi just now, "Third brother, are you asking about the window frames? It's too hot for outsiders to use. Mosquitoes and flies breed in places with a lot of water. They have to smash the walls and change the windows. I thought that they were reluctant to use tulle, so they changed it to a cheap and easy to make window screen. It can keep mosquitoes and flies out. It doesn't cost much. The door is also fine, but there needs to be a horizontal bar in the middle. Otherwise, it won't be able to hold the new window screen." Li Yi introduced the little thing he had just created. Chapter 374. His duties were set, and he was not allowed to see him off. He told the yamen to treat him to more wine and to listen carefully. The officialdom was rarely peaceful. After the meal, Li Yi ignored the others and went to do his own work. Empress Wang's days were approaching. She was thinking about fun things all day long. Occasionally, she would be in a daze and giggle foolishly. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were looking at new screens. Prime Minister Yao said it in the hall, but I ignored him. I didn't expect brother Yi to do it. Li Longji knew about Yao Chang's situation, so he did it on purpose. Emperors needed to learn balance. Yao Chong was still capable. Now that he was given too much power, he would be able to clean up faster. Li Qingqi was fiddling with the screens. In fact, he was using bamboo to make a frame. Small holes were drilled in the bamboo, and the twine was threaded back and forth. Compared to normal woven cloth, the holes were too big to be worn on the body. There was no other use. His only advantage was that the holes could prevent flies and mosquitoes from getting through. He didn't use much twine, so the screens were light and portable. For a large window that could be opened, he could just press the frame on it. There were few big holes in the frame, and a pin with a 90-degree angle could be inserted to the edges of the other windows. It would take some time to drill holes in the screens and thread the twine, but the bamboo strips and twine only cost 1 copper coin. Knowing the principle, there was no technical difficulty in adjusting different frames for different windows. "Brother, I'll take you to the Craftsmen's Union and customize it. It costs 10 copper coins. If the people don't want to spend money, they can make it themselves." Li Longji looked at it a few times and understood. He felt that he could also make it. It was much easier to drill holes for bamboo than to drill holes for cloth shoes. There were 2 rows of holes. The holes in the back would fill the gap between the holes in the front row. People with dexterous hands could thread the twine into patterns. Why didn't anyone figure out such a light thing before? Li Qingqi shook his head in confusion. Rich people don't think about it. Poor people don't think about it. Craftsmen might have thought of it, but they don't think they can make much money. Li Longji analyzed the reason and gave an answer. The next day, the salesman from the Craftsmen's Alliance set out. Each of them took a new screen and ran to each workshop to show it to others, asking if they wanted it. If he wanted to do it, he would need to do some statistics to see how many households he needed to do it and what the windows looked like. The commoners took a few looks, and those who felt that their handiwork was good shook their heads. They didn't want to do it. There were 2 windows in the house, and they both opened at the same time. One cost 10 coins, while the other cost 20 coins. It wouldn't take long for him to make one himself, especially after work. He could find some time to drill and wear it for 2 days. The materials would probably cost about 3 to 4 yuan, which would be enough. In 2 days, he had earned 16 copper coins. As a result, many commoners began to look for bamboo. Several households found a few stalks and broke them apart to use. They were also divided into drilling holes and threading hemp ropes to cooperate with each other. At noon, Chang and was full of news about the new window screen technology. There were also pictures of who could wear it better than who could wear a hemp rope. Naturally, Yao Chong knew about it. After lunch, Zhang Shua was drinking tea and laughing. He was not afraid of having a stomachache. Yao Chong was also sitting in the main hall. He was sipping tea with a smile on his face. Look, I finally found a reliable way to solve the problem I've been thinking about. I'm relieved. Yes, yes. Zhang Shua nodded. There was nothing to say as long as he was happy. The mosquitoes and flies can be kept out. It's really difficult to sleep without a mat. Yao Chong brought up another matter. If you don't have a mat, then make one. What kind of technique is this? The commoners know how to weave mats themselves. Every household has one. As long as they have time, they can weave it. Zhang Shua did not feel the matter of the mat required any additional techniques. There will always be a faster way. Yao Chong was certain. Zhang Shua shook his head and returned to his room with his teacup. He realized that Yao Chong was bewitched. He did not worry about the country's affairs and sat there thinking about how to give Li Yi a difficult problem. The Minister of Personnel also gave Li Yi a difficult problem. 42 students, 3 from Lantian County and 38 from the other 19 counties. There was an extra person who could not be distributed. This was troublesome. Cui Riong decided to throw the trouble to Li Yi. He sent someone to send the list of people and counties to Zhuangzi and let Li Yi make the decision. Li Yi filled in the list easily. There was an extra person. Zhao Donglin, who was first in Class A, was not on the list. He called the students over and read them one by one. In the end, Zhao Donglin was not on the list. Everyone looked at Zhao Donglin. Zhao Donglin's expression was calm. Prepare yourselves. You will be taking office on the 8th of April. Remember to watch, listen, and think. Try not to speak. The county magistrate is in charge of arresting and other work. Zhuangzi will give each of you 100 taels of money. Bring the money to take office. Treat the bailiffs to wine. Tell them that Zhuangzi will not forget them. Tell them to worry more when doing things. The same goes for the registrar. Take care of the accounts and check the records. The registrar, who is already in office, must answer correctly. Give the civil servants whatever they like. Don't worry about money. Now you are using money to quickly buy experience. It is an investment. The return is that you understand the local situation. Li Yi reminded the students. Otherwise, they would write back every 2 to 3 days to complain about the troubles they encountered. What if there is a problem? Fu Kadao, who was in 4th place, asked. If the registrar finds a problem, write it down. If the county magistrate finds a wrong, write it down as well. Write back and hand it to me. You can't handle it. Li Yi made the arrangements. He did not care about financial matters. Money matters were easy to solve. However, cases were different. Those who were wronged and those who should be sentenced were free. The victims had to bear the consequences alone. It affected their whole life. Everyone wanted to go back and prepare their luggage. Li Yi called out to Zhao Donglin. Donglin, you are now the same as them. You have an official salary. They have real power in the local areas. You stay in Zhuangzi. When they write back about the situation, You have to categorize it. See where the problems lie. Think about it. If you were in the same position, and you were the one who had problems, how would you continue to hide it? You are the investigating officer. What do you think you should do? When you are done, I will ask you. Then we will have a Q&A session, Li Yi said to Zhao Donglin. Zhao Donglin, who had a calm look on his face, was agitated. He looked at Li Yi and opened his mouth. Dongjue, you were able to get first place. This shows that you are better at writing the current affairs policy. When you are explaining, your words are clearer. You are in charge of the overall work. It is easy to become an official in the local areas. You just have to spend money. However, you do not have the ability. If you go down, you will find that you are restricted. Li Yi said a few more words, indicating that Zhao Donglin would be prepared to deal with the problems of the 20 counties. Zhao Donglin walked away happily. He knew that it was not difficult to become an official. Dongzhu was able to invite the Minister of Personnel and a group of other officials before the imperial examinations. Wasn't it easy to assign a job? Looking at the rankings of the imperial examinations, there were 42 people in Zhuangzi who participated. In the end, all 42 of them were ranked at the top. Li Yi sat there and shook his head. The local matters were simple. The methods were the same. The only difference was that the evidence was hidden very deeply. If one wanted to dig up the accounts and cases, it would affect the interests of many people. The final game was not in the local areas. It was in the top. Whoever can jump out of the circle can deal with it. Li Yi concluded. Chapter 375. It's hard to restrain the sorrow, but it still summons the Yulin silk. The best general in the military, the best in the liberal arts. Cool storage houses, the busiest docks. In the past they were not invited, but now they came to ask. On the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, 20 luxurious carriages carrying 41 students set off. They brought their own appointment documents, and no officials from the Ministry of Appointments sent them off. The carriages were filled with copper, silk, pickled vegetables, fermented bean curd, toilet water, and some paper used as side paper. The students' families did not accompany them, so they went to their posts themselves. It was not far anyway. There were 3 days off every month, so the carriages would come early to pick them up and send them back after a night's stay. The students' families hid in their houses and did not come out, afraid of crying. The officials from the Ministry of Appointments are wrong. The organization department should send them off at such a short distance. Li Yi criticized the Ministry of Appointments. The people in the Political Affairs Hall had different expressions when they heard the news. Yao Chong was happy. They're finally going to do something for the country. I have high hopes for them. I don't think they'll be able to do anything. They've just entered the bureaucracy and are not familiar with government affairs. Lu Huaishan had another opinion. Zhang Shuo waved his fan. I'm not worried about that. If there's trouble, Li Yi will take care of it. When it came to Li Yi, the conversation could not continue. Li Longji, who was sitting in Xingqing Hall, was still in high spirits after he finished reading a stack of memorials. He asked Gao Lisher, "Today is the day the officials from the 20 counties of the capital take up their posts." "Yes. They've probably left early in the morning. They can reach the furthest counties before nightfall." Gao Lisher replied, "I can't count on the imperial relatives. They have no administrative ability at all. They didn't collect a single cent from the promised business tax." Li Longji was angry. He thought that those people would be able to do something. In the end, they were deceived by their subordinates, and the imperial relatives who were keeping an eye on them took the opportunity to impeach them. It was a mess. What was even more infuriating was that the county officials pushed some of the old debts to the imperial relatives. Li Longji did not know what to say about the imperial relatives who fell into the trap. He really wanted to capture all the officials of the 20 counties and behead them, but he knew that it was useless. Even if he killed one batch, there would be another batch. Gao Lisher listened from the side and couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, it's not that they're incompetent. It's just that they know the severity of the business tax. They would rather suffer a little loss. Li Longji fell silent. Then he felt sad. He wanted to pull in a wave of people and fight a wave of people. But in the end, those people were timid. How's the wing knights? Li Longji thought about how many people were disobedient and wanted to use force. 30,000 men have been gathered and are currently training in the Forbidden Garden. Of the 90,000 horses, only 55,300 have arrived. The rest are on their way. Gao Lishur was very concerned about this matter and would always ask about it. How's Li Yi's choice of Guazi? Li Longji thought of someone. Back then, Li Yi had specifically mentioned a person in the martial arts examination outside the examination hall. Someone else had gone over to keep an eye on him. In the end, they found that he was very good at everything and surpassed many people by a large margin. They evaluated him as an abnormal grade, an extra grade above a grade. He's trained well and eager to learn. He'll borrow some of the military books and maps in the palace after he's read some. If not for the fact that he's training the emperor's private soldiers, he would have gone to the other old generals to ask for guidance on military tactics. He's an individual and passed down the techniques of using various weapons. The training is very fierce. Although he's not as good as Li Yi, he's still able to make the non-commissioned officer complain. If not for the good food, the non-commissioned officer wouldn't have been able to persevere. Good. Brother Yi has chosen good people for me. If not for Brother Yi training the non-commissioned officer himself, I would have sent someone else to train him. Li Longji was very regretful. The soldiers trained by Li Yi had strong willpower, sufficient stamina, and quick reactions. Gao Lishur comforted him again. Send them out to guard the caravan. With actual combat experience, I believe they'll improve very quickly. Yes, send them out. If they die or are injured, compensate them and recruit new people. No, recruit now. Recruit 3,000 more and train them together. Li Longji instructed. The common people didn't know about the matters of the imperial court and didn't understand the game within. There used to be no screens. Now, as long as there were windows and doors, they would buy them or make them themselves. The screen on the door didn't have a pivot. It was a curtain that hung down. The common people improved it themselves. It was also woven with hemp. The edges were all locked with scraps of cloth. The bottom was stuck to the ground and hung with a piece of bamboo or a piece of wood. The advantage was that it saved them the trouble of installing the pivot. The disadvantage was that they had to push it with their hands. If they pushed too much, the hemp thread would jump out. Even so, they could open the windows during the day and night. They weren't afraid of mosquitoes and flies. The main problem was the mosquitoes at night. Some mosquitoes were accidentally brought in. They would be swatted away before going to sleep. Among the common people, the people who changed the most were the porters working at the docks. A few days ago, they had a full set of clothes. Yesterday, they also wore new shoes. The cloth shoes were made of pig skin with many holes. They looked beautiful and stable when they wore them. The pig-skin shoes were resistant to ships. When things scraped against them, they wouldn't scratch the instep. A pair of shoes made of pig skin wasn't cheap. If it wasn't for the fact that they weren't allowed to bring them home after work, they really wanted to wear them home. When they drank water, there was hot soup and cold water with salt at the side. They could drink it together. It wasn't hot and it was refreshing. When they ate, they didn't need to pay for pickled vegetables. However, they weren't pickled with sauce anymore. As long as they brought their own food, it was cheaper than buying it. The porters were grateful to the 3E alliances. The number of customers of the 3E alliances increased. Those who didn't want to join the alliance were working hard to apply. When they were invited, they rejected it. The alliance wanted to collect fees. They felt that they earned money by making clothes with their own ability, so why should they pay them? Especially when there were some rules in the alliance that made them angry. For example, when the alliance asked the clothing stores in the alliance to make certain type of clothes, the stores would only pay the cost. At the same time, they had to put down all other work and make the clothes that the alliance requested. Also, when the alliance asked them to reject a big customer, all the members of the alliance couldn't accept it. There were many restrictions. Some stores didn't want to do it. Now they regretted it. The E-Alliance worked together to bargain with the cloth merchants. If they didn't lower the price, no one would buy it. The cloth merchants had no choice but to lower the price. All the members of the alliance reported their demand for the cloth. When they bought it, they realized that it was 10% cheaper than before. What was even more confusing was that the sailors needed new clothes made of canvas. The alliance only stopped for one night. The 100 sailors requested that the clothes be ready when the boat set sail tomorrow morning. They could be given extra wages. The individual clothing stores saw the business in front of them, but they couldn't accept it. The E-Alliance took it and distributed it. Everyone worked overtime at night. When it was done, they would send it over in the morning and earn money. As long as it was a big deal, the alliance wouldn't touch the individual stores. If they needed anything, they would find the E-Alliance, and everything would be solved. Seeing that the price of the goods was higher than their peers, they couldn't make any money. Don't think about it. Quickly choose one to join. Apply, fill in the form, pay the deposit, wait for the review, and give a reply within half a month. At the same time, they told them that even if they passed, they had to take care of the shops that joined first. The conditions were harsh. The clothing stores accepted it. Chapter 376. The industry's consumption was high and quality was high. The 100th anniversary of a child was approaching. Those who did not become doctors would become immortals. Li Longji got off work early today and finished his work. He went to see a concubine at around 2:30 p.m. and came out at 3:30 p.m. with a rosy complexion. It was Li Yi who mentioned this to him, asking him to find time to do it once. It was a matter of living habits. He had many women, and he had to stay with a pregnant woman for many days. If he was like Li Yi, he only had one wife. He did not need to go outside to find a wife. Positive energy. Li Longji, who was both physically and mentally happy, sat in the carriage on his way to the manor. Along the way, he read the book from the Hunan magistrate, by Go, which he had already read once. Bai Gu said that the number of chickens and ducks in Hunan had doubled. At the end of the month, it would increase by more than 30%. The people would hatch the eggs manually. After harvesting the rice, they would harvest the rice and throw the chickens and ducks into the field. After the eggs were laid, they would look at them. If they could see the chickens and ducks, they would hatch them immediately. Their own family did not have many eggs. A few families worked together to hatch the eggs every day. After 20 days, the chickens were hatched. After a month, the ducks were hatched. The next day, new chickens and ducks were hatched. At night, they would light a fire and catch locusts. They would put them in a pot and blanch them with hot water. The next day, they would dry them. After they were dried, they would be stored and used in the winter for poultry and pigs. Bai Gu also said that he heard from the merchants that other places were hatching chickens. The price of pigs was high. The people found a reason to comfort themselves. They did not care about anything else. The most important thing was to catch locusts and make money. Li Longji looked at the words. An image appeared in his mind. Many people were busy catching locusts. The chickens and ducks were also working hard. The big chickens and ducks were eaten by themselves. When they had children, they would catch locusts and feed them to the small ones. Pigs grew bigger and bigger every day, squealing loudly. Li Longji came to Zhuangzi. Empress Wang looked at him and leaned forward to smell him. San Lang, hurry up and take a bath. Uncle has some good rouge and face powder here. Bring it with you when you leave tomorrow. What's this smell? It's too strong. Li Longji chuckled and went to take a bath. Then he asked Li Yi for something. He admitted that his empress's nose was very sharp, and her evaluation of cosmetics was also on point. Li Yi had been dealing with cosmetics recently. He didn't want to sell them. He wanted to bribe them. He bought the best rouge and face powder in Chang'an. He directly analyzed the ingredients and then listed them in a table. Then he mixed the relevant ingredients separately and looked at the ratio. Usually it was the essential oil distilled from flowers. People nowadays knew how to use it. Then it was mixed with other natural spices such as sandalwood, vanilla, and so on. Some expensive spices even contained mercury and lead. The cinnabar in the ore was also used as a dye, and the pearl powder added luster. After mixing it with sesame oil and animal fat, it became a variety of cosmetics. Li only needed to know the ingredients. He didn't need to know other people's craftsmanship. He had his own. After the products were made, Empress Wang, the palace maids, and the eunuchs would evaluate them. Empress Wang was more restrained because she was pregnant. The palace maids and eunuchs smelled all kinds of things and found that there was no smell. During dinner, Li Longji didn't ask any questions. Li Qingqi talked about the 3 E-leagues. Compared to the previous data, the shops in the E-leagues had an obvious increase in income. Brother E, there were people buying clothes in the past. Now there are still people buying clothes. Is it because of summer? Li Qingqi wanted to learn. After knowing how much money they made, he still couldn't understand. There are people buying clothes made of canvas, so there are more clothes, Li Yi said. It's not considered canvas. People can make canvas slowly when they have time. Li Qingqi shook his head. It's because of the influence of publicity. The consumption is ahead of schedule. In addition, the living standards of the people have improved this year. When the weather is hot, they still need to buy new clothes. They have been collecting tea leaves. People who should be making clothes at home go to pick tea leaves. They only need to take out a small portion of the money they earn to buy a new set of clothes. Li Yi analyzed it, just like how he analyzed the various shopping festivals back then. Li Qingqi listened and thought that it made sense. After a while, the clothes shops can sell fewer clothes. He asked helplessly. He thought that he could make more money in the long run. There's not much money to be made from ordinary people. They can't afford to wear clothes made of expensive cloth. If the price is high, they'd rather make their own clothes that don't look good. The low-end market requires quality and price. People will only buy if they can wear it and live in it, and it's cheap. The mid-end market requires materials and price. If they feel that a cloth is expensive and the price is right, they will buy it. The high-end market is novel. They don't care about the cloth, and price is not a problem. As long as they see that others don't have it and they wear it beautifully and stand out from the crowd, they will spend money like water. Li Yi explained the market positioning. Different buyers had to provide targeted services. The only thing that's different is the waistcoat you took out and the 3/4 pants. Li Qingqi mentioned 2 things. He said to Li Yi, the canvas 3/4 pants are selling well. They're not bought in bulk. Many rich people buy them for their children to wear. Yes, when children wear it, they won't easily trip on their own trouser legs. At the same time, because it's made of canvas, it's sturdy. It's just that canvas is expensive. Otherwise, ordinary people will buy it for their children to wear. Li Yi knew what the rich people thought. The canvas pants were sturdy and the children wouldn't bump into it. Brother E, if you have any good ideas about new clothes, the E Alliance will buy it according to the Workers' Alliance's method. Li Qingqi thought of another idea. Okay, I'll draw 2 later. Big brother, you can sell them to rich people. I'll ask for a high price. 100 taels. Li Yi agreed. He was going to copy the various Han clothing from his time. Those people were very smart. They fused many elements and made many types of clothing. But at a glance, one could tell that it was Han clothing. One thing had never changed. Uncle, draw a few for me to wear. Empress Wang was tempted when she heard that. There were restrictions on what she could wear in the palace. She couldn't wear it casually. She didn't care when she was outside, or when she was in her own palace. She would close the door and not let anyone in. Li Yi nodded in agreement. After everyone finished eating and went to find things to do, Wang Xing came over. He pulled Li Yi aside like a thief and whispered, "Brother Yi, there are 3 more days." "What 3 days?" Li Yi was puzzled. Children. 3 days later, it'll be a year. It's the 100th day of the funeral. Their family will go to the grave. Wang Xing stopped. He meant that he had to send the children back. Otherwise, he would keep thinking about them. Li Yi blinked to show that he understood. He asked softly, "Do you need me to go with you? I can explain to you what illness the children have and how to treat them." "Do you know how to curse?" Wang Xing asked. Li Yi shook his head. He knew this, but he didn't learn it. "Brother Yi, you can't just say that they're sick. You have to add some things. Do you understand?" Wang Xing reminded him tactfully. Li Yi smiled. "I understand. I'm actually quite good at this. I'll prepare some things and practice them. I guarantee that I'll reach perfection. My hands with the scalpel are not as good as magic tricks." "Oh, magic tricks." "No, illusions. I can do it." Li Yi promised that he knew how to fool people. He had ideas and tools. Chapter 377. Wang Xing left doubtfully. He said that he would come to see Li Yi demonstrate the day after tomorrow. If it didn't work, he would find someone to take care of it. Li Yi was not in the mood to copy books. He was looking up information and performing magic. He had information about himself, and there was no need to mention how nimble a surgeon's hands were. Not only were his hands flexible, but he also had a lot of muscle practice in his palms and fingers. When using equipment to perform micro-operations, ordinary people couldn't control their muscles at all. Operating equipment was not like playing games. Resurrection was only in games. Life could not be resumed. Li Yi, who came to the Tang dynasty, had sharper mind, a better memory, and better body coordination. Not only did he pick up his previous skills, but he also improved a lot. He decided to perform large-scale scene magic with close-range magic. He had props. In order to let the child return to the arms of his family normally and be accepted by his family, the sacrifice was worth it. Li Yi was in a good mood as he was thinking about his plan. Guan Xiaotan, who was in charge of building the new drunken immortal residence, was now very irritated. He bought the land. As soon as the new official took office, he bought all the land that should be bought, including the big pit behind drunken immortal residence. Guan Xiaotan was ready to do a good job. Dongzhu trusted him. There was a pit, but water was a problem. The pit was so big and deep that they couldn't dig out any water from it. Even if they wanted to dig a well next to it, there probably wouldn't be any water. Sometimes there would be mistakes. There was a Sioux family next to it, a big family. There were at least 10 fifth-rank officials in their ancestors. They also knew how to manage and had accumulated more than 5,000 mu of fertile land. At the same time, there were buildings, pavilions, and 4 ponds of different sizes. There was a spring in the Sioux family which automatically flowed out. After flowing through 5 ponds, it would flow down to the last pond. There should be an underground river there. Guan Xiaotan went to the edge of the Sioux family's house to look. It was more than 50 feet away from the big pit. After buying the pit, the dividing line was 40 feet away from the house. He wanted to discuss with the Sioux family. Anyway, your water eventually went into the underground river. Why not lead it over and fill the big pit? He could pay. Then he would choose a lower place to dig a canal and lead the water elsewhere. There would also be a small bridge and flowing water, just like the Li family Zhuangzi. He went there, but the Sioux family didn't answer him. Not to mention the master of the house. Even the person in charge of the house couldn't see him. Today, he finally found out about the situation. The Sioux family had only one son for 5 generations, and they had given birth to quite a few women. Starting from the first 5 generations, there was only one male child in each generation. Last year, they finally gave birth to twin boys, but one of them died when he was 8 months old. The other one wasn't in good spirits either, always crying and throwing tantrums. The family had invited people and even the imperial physician, but there was no sign of improvement. He had invited people from Buddhism and other small sects to exorcise evil spirits, but to no avail. Thus, other than going out to buy things, the rest of the Sioux family stayed at home. Then they would abstain from meat and use the entire family's efforts to protect the surviving children. Under such circumstances, they did not want to see outsiders at all. They were afraid that outsiders would bring in bad things. Guan Xiaotan was depressed because of this. He had only one son in 5 generations, and it was not easy for him to have 2 children. Now one of them was dead, and the other one seemed to be problematic. The Su family was rather pitiful, but could that child be sick as well? Do you think it's okay if I ask Dong Zhu to come over and treat him? Guan Xiaotan said to a woman who was sorting out the accounts. The woman looked at him and nodded. Of course, if Dong Zhu comes over, he will definitely have a way to get in and get the Su family to agree to divert the water. That's right, the owner will be fine. But I can't, what should I do? Guan Xiaotan was worried again. Didn't they say that after 3 days, their child will be born and will burn for 100 days in a year? You go there and try. Bring along Zhuangzi's guards, the woman suggested. Perhaps she thought it was dangerous, so she emphasized bringing along guards. That's the only way. At worst, I'll ask Dongzhu. Guan Xiaotan gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Good luck. The woman waved her fist and encouraged him. Xiaoqin, shouldn't we tell Dongzhu about us? Guan Xiaotan suddenly blushed. You want me to do it? The woman blinked. No, I'll do it. So you agree? I'll give you all the money I earn as a betrothal gift. Guan Xiaotan was even more embarrassed. Who cares about your money? What's the use of it? The woman rolled her eyes. Then I'll be good to you. Guan Xiaotan said again. Don't say that. Dongzhu said that the most untrustworthy thing is an oath. The more you say, the more speechless you will be. It's better to do it. The woman shook her head and closed her eyes. I won't say any more. I'll let you see what I do. I'll go back first. Guan Xiaotan didn't know what to do and ran away after saying that. The woman opened her eyes, bit her lips, and suddenly giggled. 11th of April. Wang Xing was very excited during the day. Brother Yi, tell me the truth. How did you change that? A wave of your hand and a ball of fire, another wave and a ball of light. Wang Xing came over last night to see if Li Yi could do it. Then he became obsessed and insisted on learning. He knew it was fake. Li Yi said it, but he couldn't see it, including when Li Yi moved his hand in front of him. Something suddenly appeared, and that thing could even light up. This made him uncomfortable. He stared at it. His sleeves were rolled up, but his hands were empty. How did it come out? Then he saw a copper coin. A Kaiyuan Tongbao was placed in the palm of Li Yi's hand. He flipped his hand, and the copper coin was gone. He flipped his hand again, and the copper coin appeared again. He understood. It turned out that it was between his fingers. When he flipped it over, he held it a little behind. When he flipped it over, he moved his fingers, and the copper coin appeared in his hand again. Wang Xing felt that he had learned an illusion so far. It was easy to practice. Wasn't it just holding copper coins? I can't say. If I say it, it won't work. Get ready. They will come after dark. I'll take them away first. Li Yi didn't have the time to talk about other things. He was going to set it up. He had a lot of things, big and small. This time he exchanged his lifespan for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make it. Of course, if he exchanged it once, he might be able to use it in the future. Li Yi said. He gathered more than 100 people and headed to Lantian County. Anyway, there was business there. No one would suspect that the Li family Zhuangzi's people went there. On the way, Li Yi looked at the sky through the window. The sky was a little cloudy. Without the weather forecast, he couldn't judge the changes in the weather. He only hoped that it wouldn't rain heavily. If it rained heavily, he wouldn't be able to play. Light rain was fine, but it would be a loss to his image. The best weather was a cloudy day with no moon or stars. On the 11th day of the lunar calendar, the moon was almost full. If he wasn't careful, he would be seen. Li Yi was holding a 1-year-old baby in his arms. Horse, big horse. The baby pointed at the horse and said, "What's on the horse?" Li asked. Ha, drink. The little guy wanted to say car, but he couldn't say it properly. What's that? Li pointed at a guard. Big E. The little guy told Li. Human adult. Very good. Li kissed the baby. The baby turned his head. Li moved his face closer. The baby kissed him again and then giggled happily. From now on, we will be neighbors. Once my drunken immortal house opens, your meals will always be free. Li said to the baby. 7. The baby said, eat, and clapped his hands. Chapter 378. When the team arrived at Lantian County, the little guy was already asleep. The sky outside was still cloudy, giving people an oppressive and uncomfortable feeling. Song Ji, who had formed his own mercenary group, led a group of mercenaries to supervise the work. A total of 70 people were all present, including the other 14 mercenaries. They did not dare to relax at all. More than 2,000 people were busy at the construction site, digging holes to prepare for the foundation, clearing weeds and cement, pushing bricks, dealing with wood. At a place further away from the construction site, there were people who were cooking and building sheds. It turned out that the chef of the drunken immortal residence and the chef of Zhuangzi were learning to cook in a closed shed kitchen. The other cars stopped first, and Li's car continued to move forward. He only got out when he reached a place where there were fewer people. The child was handed over to the nanny to protect and followed him into the mountains. Lantian County was a mountainous area within the Qinling Mountains. The Su family's ancestral grave was there, so they had to hurry over and arrange it. The other people who came down from the previous parking place carried all kinds of things into the mountains. If anyone asked, they would say that they were going to look for mines. The two sides met up after half an hour and moved forward together. Li was wearing jeans which he had designed himself and long boots. He had gloves on his hands and a bamboo hat with gauze hanging down from the front. He was afraid of being bitten by insects. The others were waving back and forth with sticks, alerting the snake. The road is too difficult to walk on. Everyone be careful. If you are bitten by a snake, catch the snake. Even if it bites you a few more times, let me see what kind of snake it is. If you are bitten by a bug, you have to slap it to death or catch it. Whether it is a bug or a snake, as long as I see it, I guarantee that you will not die. Otherwise, the all-purpose serum will not work sometimes. If you die in front of me, I will be very embarrassed. Li shouted to more than 100 people. At the critical moment, he would rather pay the price of his life in exchange for the anti-poison serum to save them. The people in Zhuangzi did not have any doubts about this. Dongzhu was here, the godly doctor. After walking for a full 2 hours, they finally arrived at the Su family's ancestral land. Everyone drank some water, rested for a while, and then worked. Some dug holes, some looked for water. Over here, bury it. Dig a ditch. It doesn't have to be too deep, just enough to cover the pipe. There was a stone tied to the end of the pipe in the pond over there to prevent it from floating. These thin pipes were arranged at intervals of 10 feet with the mouth exposed. Pay attention to see if it was accidentally blocked by mud. The speaker was placed on the tree and covered with leaves and branches. This emitter, I'll just cover it from the back. Anyway, it won't be used for long. I'm not afraid that it won't be able to dissipate the heat from the high temperature. If the dozens of small lights are further away, I will be able to determine the height and position. Li was directing from the side. This was a large-scale and close-up magic show that was considered grand by the people of the Tang dynasty. Even the modern people on his side could be fooled, let alone the people of the Tang dynasty. His goal was clear. He wanted the Su family to believe that this was a miracle and that there was nothing wrong with the child. Moreover, in the future the child would be rich and noble, and would rise above his peers and recreate the glory of his ancestors. Otherwise, if a dead child came back to life, would the child still be the original child? Could it be that something gave it to him? They were busy until noon when everyone had lunch. The little guy had already had 2 meals of milk. When he saw the adults eating, he shouted 7, 7, and also wanted to eat. In particular, he stared at Li with a look that said, "If you don't let me eat, I won't be good with you." So Li handed the baby a piece of jerky. The baby grabbed it with his small hands and put it in his mouth to bite. His saliva flowed out, and he couldn't bite it at all, but the child was very happy. "The little guy is not sensible. He doesn't know that he can't bite it," someone said. Li shook his head. "He knows that he can't bite it. He doesn't care whether he can bite it or not. He just wants to join in when he sees that everyone is eating. You don't have a child yet. Your wife is 7 months old, right? In the future, I will give you special lessons on infant psychology. Generally, we can't remember things before the age of 6. Only special fragments will flash in our minds. But we still have to think from the perspective of the baby. What do they need? Why do they need it?" Li patiently explained to the people who followed him. Pediatrics was the most difficult subject. The child couldn't express it, but the child's parents could watch. Sometimes they needed to prick the child with a needle to see the child's reaction to the pain. They had to explain it to the parents first. The others listened carefully. Dongzhu imparted his skills. In Lantian County, in the Su family's house, everyone was ready, including the 2 son-in-law who lived in the family, the son-in-law who was adopted, and the son-in-law who was not. Those who lived nearby also rushed over. Today was a big day for the Su family. It involved the continuation of the family line. If a child died before the age of 1, the ordinary family would wrap it in a straw mat, and the rich family would bury it in a small coffin. Perhaps the child's mother thought that the child would burn paper and others wouldn't care. The child of the Su family was different. He had a twin brother. When the elder brother died, the younger brother always cried. The people invited by the Su family said that the elder brother missed his younger brother and wanted to take him away, so this problem had to be solved. Therefore, today's 100-day lineup was relatively large, including a team of martial arts practitioners. After lunch, everyone set off to the ancestral land and ancestral grave. Guan, Xiao Tan brought a group of people and followed behind. Another 2 groups of people went in. One group was Wang Xing and the others. They were very good at surviving in the wild, and they always helped Li find a cadaver. The second group was the Wing Knights. They changed into gray and green camouflage and carried crossbows. The sky was overcast and unusually hot, but it didn't look like it was going to rain. "Old Master Su, when we reach the place, the sky will probably be dark. When we do the ritual, some things will appear. Old Master Su, don't be afraid." A martial arts practitioner walked beside the current head of the Su family, who was sitting on a slide, and said, "Old Master Su was 60 years old this year. He had a son and grandson, and the twins were his great-grandchildren. Now he was in the arms of a woman who was also sitting on a slide. The other person on the slide was an old lady, Old Master Su's wife. Old Master Su had 2 other women who gave birth to daughters. One was alive and the other was dead. The living one didn't come. She stayed at home with other people who were not qualified to participate in this event. Hearing the words of the martial arts practitioner, Old Master Su squeezed out a little smile. "Sorry to trouble you, Immortal Go." He said a nice word. Immortal was not a word that ordinary martial arts practitioners could use. To be able to do something for a child, I feel at ease. The martial arts practitioner with the surname Go was called Gujin. He always said that he was the descendant of Guhong, and no one could check his family tree. He had some tricks up his sleeve, so he was very popular around Chang'an. The Su family's team walked slowly. The invisible sun gradually moved west. When they were 4 or 5 miles away from the ancestral land, the sky was dark. In the cloudy state, the lanterns were lit. "Get ready, they are coming." The people who were monitoring the road ran over to report. The others were all hiding in various positions. The baby had just woken up and was familiarizing himself with the situation. When it was dark, he buried his head in the arms of the nanny. The Su clan's procession continued forward for another mile. "Prepare the dry ice fume machine. Turn it on." The person who memorized the process ordered. Dry ice smoke began to spray out from the smoke outlet. A large area was foggy for a moment. Chapter 379. The night fog was hazy, and the gates of Fengdu underworld were open. Iron chains beckoned souls and entangled them like a net. Babies were snatched and ghosts were everywhere. A mother's love was deep and a man's blood was boiling. Celestial flying immortals suddenly appeared. Children were unharmed, and the righteous singing of the human world. As soon as the fog appeared, the area covered by the lantern's light immediately became smaller, burning a dead twin for 100 days, burying them in a corner of the ancestral grave, and at the same time the children were 1 year old. It was fine just a moment ago, but now there was fog. Everyone in the Su family's team trembled, and they were so scared that their pores opened. Immortal this. Old Master Su's voice trembled, and the person carrying the pole trembled as well. Gujin's hands and feet were numb. He was in this business, and some of his methods were deceptive, but it was impossible to say that he did not believe them. He had read many books, and in many cases he followed the rules, but he used some methods to make people believe him more. 100 days, 1 year old, twins, a cloudy day, fog. He looked back, grabbed a lantern, and walked back. After walking for a distance, there was no fog. He turned back and entered the fog. His heart sank. If he accepted this job today, would there be a tomorrow? Bang! A sorcerer in his team made a move out of nervousness. He threw out a talisman, and with a stroke in the air, a ball of fire appeared and then extinguished. Everyone looked over, then looked at the sorcerer and felt their throats dry. It's fine. Gujin gritted his teeth and said without much confidence. Everyone was slightly relieved. Yes, with the sorcerers around, there was nothing to be afraid of. The team continued to move forward. If the children died, they could not be buried according to their position. They had to be placed in a corner. After this generation died, they would see if they could move the graves. They never realized that walking a mile was so difficult. Everyone tried their best to get closer to the lanterns. Wang Xing and the others arrived in advance and looked at the scene. He did not see Li Yi turn into fog yesterday. He turned to look for Li Yi, but it was too dark and he could not see him. Li Yi was now ready to go. He was more confident that there would not be any problems. He had done this many times before. The winged knights found a place for themselves and remained motionless. They had to report the situation to their superiors. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid. They didn't know that Li Yi was going to perform magic. They only knew that Li Yi had left Zhuangzi with a child. Then they found out about the Su clan in Lantian County. They quickly sent word back and forth, and in the end they were ordered to come here. Their main task was to protect Li Yi. According to tradition, they had abundant yang energy. Among them was Guozi. Li Longji felt that for him to be chosen as an outlier in the martial arts examination, he must be extraordinary. Guozi had never met Li Yi, but he could hear Li Yi's name and things about him every day. He had seen Li Yi train 3,000 people. He didn't care about their individual combat power, but he could easily take care of 3 to 5 people. What surprised him was the tenacity of the 3,000 men. After going through crazy training, even when the others were lying on the ground, some of the 3,000 men were still standing guard. At the same time, the others would cooperate and find a suitable place to rest. After a while, someone would replace the one standing guard. After an hour at most, the 3,000 men would be able to line up again. At this moment, he wanted to see what ability Li Yi had to know that he was taking the martial arts examination in advance. If that was the case, would he be able to discover him? Guozi felt that his team was hidden well. However, he didn't see the surveillance camera on the tree. On the other side, the commander-in-chief was hiding in the shed with a monitor in front of him. He could see everything that was happening around him. After Li Yi exchanged for this set of equipment, he planned to put it in Zhuangzi after using it. It would be fine as long as there was electricity. When he saw that the Sioux clan was less than 10 steps away from the place where the child was buried, he ordered spray, water, and light. The people on the other side quickly operated. Bang! Several water screens were pulled out. Whoosh! The light shone, and a group of people immediately appeared on the water screens. There was a little ghost with horns on its head, a white impermanence with a long red tongue, and a black impermanence standing beside the white impermanence. There was also Oxhead and Horseface, a judge with a judge's pen, and the King of Hell with the Book of Life and Death. They let out all sorts of hair-raising laughter and looked as if they were about to rush over and arrest them. Oh my God! Someone was immediately scared out of his wits. Hurry, immortal Go, make your move! Old Man Sioux shouted. Gujin grinned. There was no part of his body that wasn't trembling. His teeth chattered nonstop. At this moment, a child's laughter overpowered all other sounds. At the same time, a baby wearing beautiful clothes appeared on the screen. He looked around curiously. The baby looked very cute and lovable, but the Sioux clan and Gujin felt that it was even more sinister. It wasn't just them. Even Wang Xing, who knew that it was an act, was about to cry. It was so scary. As for the Wing Knights, they were sweating nonstop. Only the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care. They watched as if they were watching a movie. When everyone on the Sioux clan side was afraid, one person wanted to rush forward. Son, it's my son. I know it's you. Son, don't be afraid. Mother is coming. The woman ran forward with a child in her arms. Suddenly, someone jumped out from beside her and grabbed her. I'll do it. Are all the Sioux clan's guards dead? Protect Xiaolang and his wife. The rest of you follow me. Protect Delang. The Sioux clan's guards wanted to rush forward, but they found that their legs wouldn't listen to them. The light and shadow on the other side changed. The child flew away. A group of demons and ghosts wanted to catch the child. The chain was flung out. It was very long. The slow motion showed that the child's body moved to avoid it. In this kind of scene, everyone actually understood it very naturally. The child dodged the chain. The spirit summoning banner also came up. There were also shackles, spirit guiding lamp. Many things were surrounding the child. The man and woman on the ground wanted to help, but they couldn't catch up. The child's figure flashed through the light screen. Old Man Sioux grabbed Gujin's clothes. Immortal Go, help. I'll give you money. I'll give you as much as you want. Sell the land, sell the house, I'll give you. One of the Wing Knights, who was hiding, stood up. I'll do it. Me too. Let's do it. Another stood up as well. More people were about to stand up, but a voice sounded from the side. Don't move. My Dongzhu is here. You're in the way. Who's there? Everyone was shocked. There's someone lying in ambush. Don't look around. He's not with you. Lie down. You can go out when I let you out. The voice sounded again. Lie down. Guatzi, who had already stood up with the sword in his hand, calmed down and ordered, Lie down. On the light screen, just as the baby was about to be caught, a voice reverberated through the forest. King Yanluo, Judge, Oxhead and Horseface, black and white impermanence, I spared you last time. I said that the child's life wasn't meant to end. I'm here today to return the child to the Sioux clan. Do you think that you can deal with me just because you've mobilized the power of hell? Since that's the case, I'll teach you another lesson. The child's 100-day anniversary is over. Don't think about other things after this. The voice was low and deep, and it even had the effect of echoing. As soon as the voice fell, several rays of light shone into the sky. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, something flew over in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could see it clearly, the thing turned around on the light screen. The baby on the light screen disappeared and appeared in his arms. He held the baby in one hand and flew slowly at a low altitude. His other hand began to attack the light screen. He raised his hand and a flame appeared. The iron chains that were chasing after him touched the flame and instantly turned red before dissipating. Then he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared. The spirit-summoning banner exploded from afar. The background music played along with it. The sea laughs, the tide surges on both sides of the shore, floating and sinking with the waves to record the present day. The figure flew and twisted in the sky. Every time he attacked, a group of ghosts would be destroyed. The black and white impermanents rushed to the front and were beaten black and blue. The judge's pen was snatched away. His robes were on fire, and he was rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire. King Yanluo ran wildly with the life and death book, occasionally turning back to type a word. The figure holding the child used the judge's pen to type a word and disappeared. The child in his arms was giggling non-stop. He looked very happy. The Sioux clan members on the ground were excited. They stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with joy, nervousness, and excitement. The woman held the child in one hand and held the man's hand with the other. Her tears kept falling. The man clenched one hand and clenched the other into a fist. The little fellow in the woman's arms stared with big clear eyes and giggled. He even raised a small hand and pointed in that direction and shouted, "Shoo, shoo, brother, brother." This was the first time he had spoken since he was young. His family always told him that he had an elder brother. In the background music, Li Yi controlled the aircraft under his feet and tried his best to keep up with the rhythm. Sometimes it didn't matter if he didn't keep up. He could just take it that the spell was too powerful and fell before he could fire. Wouldn't this show that his marksmanship was accurate? He was quite wet now. The little fellow was also drenched, but he was still so happy. He was flying for fun. "Don't hit, don't hit. We know we were wrong. Immortal, please spare us. We will change it now. Change the life and death book. We remembered wrongly." The King Yanluo in the light screen was caught and was hit several times by the judge's pen. He finally couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. "Then why haven't you dispersed? This is the only time. Otherwise, I will enter the underworld and have a good talk with you, even if I have to risk the punishment of heaven." Li Yi's voice echoed again. "Immortal, we understand. Thank you, Immortal. Retreat, quickly retreat." The King Yanluo shouted gratefully. The light and shadow changed. Everything returned to darkness, and everything disappeared. A voice echoed, "Sioux family, don't move. I will send the child to you in a moment." Li Yi flew back with the child. He quickly changed his clothes, blew on his face, and wiped it. The little baby had a good time today. He opened his small hands and kissed Li Yi's face several times. The Sioux family stood there in a daze. Then they cheered, especially the woman and the man. The two of them hugged the child in the middle. After waiting anxiously for about a quarter of an hour, a group of people came over with lanterns. Li Yi walked in front with the little fellow in his arms. When they got closer, the woman and the man arrived first. The others were just about to come over. The two of them looked at the child in Li Yi's arms. The child in the woman's arms also looked at him. The child in Li Yi's arms looked at the man, the woman, and the child. Then the two children looked at each other. "Shoo," the child in the woman's arms said. "Little brother." The child in Li Yi's arms said. Li Yi took a big step forward. The two babies reached out their small hands at the same time. They touched each other. Their little fingers moved, and their index fingers hooked together. The two of them looked at each other and giggled in unison. Chapter 380. Let me hug you, let me hug you. The woman looked at the child in Li Yi's arms and found that he looked more lively than the one in her arms. She reached out with her other hand to hug him. The little guy looked at her outstretched hand and was about to dodge when he stopped and looked at her face carefully. Then, "Sack!" the little guy shouted. When he let go of his brother, he opened his arms. When the woman's hand touched him, he twisted his body and went into the woman's arms. The two little guys turned their heads to look at each other. Li Yi was stunned. She could recognize him. The older brother and younger brother could recognize each other, but the older brother could recognize the mother? In the face of such a situation, Li Yi couldn't say anything. His telepathy research at that time was just a theory. If there was no such thing, there had always been a case. If there was no theoretical basis. The woman did not think too deeply about it. She hugged her 2 sons and kissed them on the left and right. Her tears kept flowing. The man next to her rubbed his hands excitedly. He wanted to hug her, but he was afraid that he would steal his wife's power, so he could only chuckle. There's one more thing that needs to be said by Wang Xing, the supervisor of the imperial plantation above Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi's goal of sending the children had been achieved, and the show was over. It was time to explain and let Wang Xing do it. Wang Xing stepped forward. This is Li Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui. Li Dongzhu's medical skills are high, and he has immortal energy to protect his body. People like us always think that someone is not completely dead, and then he began to tell stories about how hard they worked. They went to find them one by one and brought them back for Li Dongzhu to see. Li Dongzhu would save them every time. However, it was basically impossible to save them, even if he used all his methods. Only when he met this child did Li Dongzhu realize that he could save him. However, at that time, people from the netherworld came. Li Dongzhu judged that the Book of Life and Death had written wrongly and did not hand him over. Then, the black and white impermanents, Oxhead, Horseface, the judge, and the King of Health fought Li Dongzhu. At that time, they were all chased away by Li Dongzhu, and Li Dongzhu raised the child. It was almost 100 days, which meant that the child would be 1 year old. There was a threshold that needed to be crossed. Li Dongzhu personally came over. The child from before was just a soul, but the people of hell still refused to give up. You'll find out soon enough. He spoke vividly, and it seemed like he had practiced a lot. The people from the Su family, the warlocks, and the winged knights who had rushed over were all stunned. This was too legendary. There was actually such a thing. Li Dongzhu had called him once, and he would call him again today. They expressed their belief. Just now they had seen it with their own eyes. Flying up and flying. Was that something a mortal could do? Quick! People of the Su family, quickly kneel before Li Dongzhu. The Su family's old man reacted and called out for people to kneel. Wait, you can't kneel. Li Dongzhu is accumulating good karma. If you kneel, you'll lose all your good karma. Wang Xing promptly spoke up. He knew that Li Yi hated it when others kneeled. The people of the Su family stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Yi with eyes full of reverence. He was a deity. The one who flew just now could even hold a child and fight. As for their bodies being splashed with water, they thought that it was normal for deities to fight. Deity Li, no, Li Dongzhu, my family's son heir is fine. Old man Su came over to see his 2 great-grandchildren and asked Li Yi. He's just an ordinary person. The Book of Life and Death has been changed. If he falls sick again, he can be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. The drunken immortal residence is also the Li family Zhuangzi's property. When he's free, he can take the child to eat there. I've already agreed with this. Soon heir. As long as he comes to the drunken immortal residence to eat, he won't need to pay. Isn't that right, baby? Li Yi asked the little fellow. Ah. Regardless of whether he understood or not, the baby agreed. Li Dongzhu, since you're a genius doctor, take a look at my family's Qian heir. He's always crying. Ever since Sun heir died at night, as Old Masterly spoke, he stopped. At this moment, the 2 babies were looking at each other. You say, oh, wow, and I say, huh. They were chatting happily. Li Yi didn't know how they communicated. Anyway, after a few words, they laughed together and moved their hands and feet at the same time. When did the younger brother cry? It was night now. I just remembered that Qian heir spoke just now. He said, brother. A person of the Su family suddenly said. As soon as he said it, the younger brother heard it and said to the older brother, Shu. The older brother cooperated. Little brother. With a wah. A woman of the Su family couldn't help but cry. The child didn't speak and always cried. Unexpectedly, not only did he not cry today, he even called for help. Li looked and guessed. The two children were born at the same time and lived together for the first 8 months. The adults didn't interact as much as the children did. The two would communicate with each other. Suddenly, one day, the other was gone. The environment was still the same. Everyone else was there, but one thing was missing. At night, the magnetic field was different, and the light was different. The adults didn't hold him. When the people who used to live with him were gone, of course the child would cry. He wasn't used to it. Now that he saw a familiar presence and could still be together, there was no reason for him to cry. Take the small coffin out and burn it. Burn it in front of owner Li. The old woman trembled as she shouted. She had been carried by someone. She couldn't walk on her own. Her knees couldn't. Just now, when she saw the child being captured by the people of the underworld, she wanted to go down to help. Although she was also a woman, she was the best to the boys in her family, especially her 2 great-grandsons. Finally, they weren't the only children in 5 generations. In the end, one died, and the other did something evil. She almost lost her spirit. Her great-grandsons were back again. She patted the handle of the slide and remembered that the coffin was still buried. There was no grave mound or stone tablet on the child's coffin. There was only a wooden sign. The Sioux family hurriedly went over to dig it out, but found that they didn't bring any tools. Dig with their hands. I brought them. Guan Xiaotan ran over. He knew that Dong Zhu would solve the problem, and he also knew about the child. When he came over, he brought a pick, a pole, a rope, a shovel, and a drill. Everyone thanked him and went to dig. The man standing next to the woman came over and bowed to the ground. Li Dongzhu's great kindness, I can't repay it. In the future, if there is any errands, I will personally run them. Li Yi knew the other person's name, Su Guanlan. He reached out and patted the other person's shoulder. You are good. During the performance, the child on the water screen was surrounded. The first person to react was the child's mother. The woman didn't think about anything. She just rushed. In her eyes, there was no danger, only her son. The second person to react was the father. He stopped his wife. In his heart, there was danger, but he still stood up. The woman acted instinctively and didn't consider anything else. The man was rational, but after thinking about it, he still chose to go out. Li Yi admired him and asked, Do you have scholarly honors? I didn't pass this year. I plan to take the exam next year. It's a political science exam. The man bowed his head, embarrassed. Next year I'll take the exam. The political science exam is simple. It's nothing more than analyzing the relationship between the Tang dynasty and the surrounding countries, as well as the important internal affairs of the Tang dynasty. In a few days, there are some students reading notes in Zhuangzi. Choose a few good ones and send them over. You can help to correct them. Li Yi decided to help him. What a good man. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still rushed forward. He couldn't let his wife do it. Chapter 381. Su Guanlan was speechless. The moment he knew that the other party was Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi, he thought of the 42 candidates. At first, some students were not convinced and thought that their answers were better than the 42 candidates. With the emergence of the locust plague, the strategies of the 42 candidates were published. The other students were silent and had nothing to say. How could locusts be dealt with in this way? They didn't know at all. It was obvious that the Li family Zhuangzi's education was different from other schools, especially Li Dongzhu, who wrote a lot of things. Later, all kinds of books on rhyme were passed down. It was simply impossible to survive. Husband, the child wants you to hold him, the woman suddenly said. She didn't call him Lang Jun. Su Guanlan turned his head and saw his youngest son open his arms. He laughed and took the child. The eldest son looked at him doubtfully and imitated his younger brother's actions. Su Guanlan picked him up again. This son that she had lost and found again kissed him on the cheek. In that instant, his soul flew away. 2 sons, no longer just one. The 5th generation of the family had only one son. Let me see his face. The old woman sat there and asked expectantly, Grandmother, look. Su Guanlon hurriedly carried the child to his grandmother. Good, good, good. But Li Dongzhu raised him for 100 days. How can this child look so fresh? The old woman's eyesight wasn't bad. Under the light of the lantern, she found the problem. The eldest grandson looked better than the youngest grandson. He was bigger and looked more energetic. The two children were born one after the other. After 100 days, the difference was obviously due to the difference in the way they were raised. A sorcerer who had been scared silly just now came back to his senses and said, How can the Li family Zhuangzi eat the same food as outside? They grow vegetables and fruits in the winter. Someone from the Su family said, Our Su family treats our daughter-in-law well. We have endless stewed chicken and pork knuckles. But compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, we still have a long way to go. The cucumbers haven't been harvested yet. There are some in the south, but they can't be kept. Zhuangzi still has some vegetables from the quick-stop garden. I brought them over for the child's mother. Li Yi also knew the reason. The nanny who breastfed the baby in Zhuangzi was already pregnant. After giving birth, they would eat according to the nutritious meals. Some nutritious babies were still lacking, so they would be given milk from a milk bottle. Children had a fast metabolism and grew up quickly as well. 100 days later, the gap had widened. It was the same with the way he spoke. As long as Sun was awake, there would be someone accompanying him to talk. When the child was not talking, it was clear that his vocal cords were gradually developing. The little guy would practice After listening to it a lot, he felt that he could adjust his voice and say it, even if his pronunciation was not accurate. The same goes for physical development and movement. The child turned over, sat up, crawled, and squatted on the small bed. With the guidance of the adults, the children would rest when they were tired from playing. Their muscles would recover, and their bones would grow. The newborns in Zhuangzi were all taken care of like this, and there were specialists. As for the other families, one didn't know how to do it, and the other didn't have the time. 100 days later, the elder brother was a size bigger than the younger brother. He spoke more clearly and grasped more vocabulary. When placed on the ground, the younger brother could only stand and couldn't walk, but the elder brother could jog. As long as the child could walk a few steps, he would immediately run. Running was easier than walking, and his movements were coherent. The only problem was that he couldn't stop himself when he ran. Usually he would fall to the ground to stop himself, or be supported by the adults in time. Scientific childcare was different from normal childcare. Zhuangzi began to adjust and control from the time she was pregnant. Other families would be overjoyed if they had the ability to give birth to a child that weighed 7 to 8 catties. If any villager wanted to grow that big, it would be a problem. How difficult was it to give birth? Li Yi could perform an autopsy for the first child. Could he perform an autopsy for the second child? Could he perform an autopsy for the third child? In the Tang dynasty, the more children there were, the better. After the first child was born naturally, the subsequent births would be easier. The Su family didn't understand these principles. They went forward to take a look. Sure enough, the elder brother looked better than the younger brother. Not to mention that he was bigger, his skin was more elastic, and his eyes were more lively. How can Li family Zhuangzi compare? I heard that they eat watermelons on a snowy day. Li family Zhuangzi's rice is more fragrant than other people's rice. Li family Zhuangzi's food is better. The Li family's manners shit. Woo-woo, his mouth was covered by someone. The Su family praised him. Of course. At this time, someone came to Grandfather Su's side and whispered a few words. Grandfather Su looked at Guan Xiaotan, who was standing there, and sighed. It was really inconvenient at home before, so I didn't let you in. It's okay. It will be better in the future. I know that Dongzhu will take care of everything. We will draw the water. Guan Xiaotan said straightforwardly. Yes, draw the water. Draw the water into the pit. I think that place is not good. In the future, Your Li family Zhuangzi will occupy it, and our Su family will enjoy it. Grandfather Su was good at talking. Wasn't it just drawing water? How could he offend Li Dongzhu? Here, let me hold you. My legs are inconvenient, so I can't play with you. The old woman opened her arms and wanted to hold the child. Li Yi looked at her legs, walked over, squatted down, and rolled up her pants. The surroundings were silent. Does it hurt? Li Yi looked at the knee reflex. There was no problem. He pressed his finger to the inside of the kneecap and asked. It hurts, the old woman said. Li Yi used his knuckles to knock on the joint of the meniscus. Does it hurt? It hurts, the old woman replied. Go back and take a look at Zhuangzi. I don't think the meniscus needs to be repaired. If it's possible, it should be sealed. I can also repair the meniscus. Don't worry, it can stand up, Li Yi said as he checked the other leg. It was the same. After rolling down the old woman's pants, Li Yi turned around naturally and stretched out his hand. Ching Song handed Li Yi a ball of alcohol cotton wool and he wiped it. The others didn't care about his mysophobia. They only thought about what he said just now. It could be cured and she could stand up. You can make my wife stand up? Grandfather Su was the most excited. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi tomorrow. It needs to be checked carefully. Li Yi didn't say anything. He still trusted the equipment more. How much? The Li family will pay. Someone from the Li family shouted. Li looked over and smiled. Grandfather Li turned around and said angrily, Shut up. Li Dongzhu only helped because of Sun. Are you crazy to talk about money with Li Dongzhu? He turned around and said to Li Yi, the son-in-law who moved and doesn't know any better, Li Dongzhu, please be magnanimous. At least it shows that he is filial. Li Yi wouldn't make things difficult for a son-in-law. And the other party was indeed determined. As long as you took the money, you had to treat it. The Su family were all good people. They had a good upbringing. Let's go back. The baby will probably cry at night. Remember to have someone to protect him. Oh, maybe it's fine. Brother is there. When the time comes, send the two brothers to Zhuangzi every 3 to 5 days. Children get sick easily. At the same time, let the people who take care of them get closer. Li Yi's tone was calm. Today, he scared the others and even drenched them with water. He prepared to write a prescription and drink it in Lantian County as a precaution. After the children were returned, he was a little disappointed. Fortunately, he could still see them. He left with the Su family first. The villagers behind dug up the buried things and took down the things that were hung on the trees. These things had to be brought back to Zhuangzi and then placed in key places in Zhuangzi. Chapter 382. The sky was still gloomy, and the heat continued. However, the Su family felt that their breathing was smooth, and they didn't feel tired at all. Warlock Gujin and the others gathered together and chatted as they walked. After a few words, they glanced at Li Yi under the light of the lanterns. As long as Li Yi looked at them, they immediately turned their heads. Li Dongzhu, how did you fly? Someone came over and asked in a low voice. You are. Li Yi thought carefully. He had never seen this winged knights before. I'm Guizi. Guizi introduced himself. Brother Zi, you actually came over in person. I went out of Zhuangzi once and troubled your majesty. Li Yi instantly became enthusiastic. Guizi, he knew about it and even asked about it. According to historical records, this kid had beaten the confidence of others in various competitions. The highest score he got in the exam was an A grade. If he was given an A grade, it meant that he wasn't human. Li Longji was worried that something would happen to him. As soon as he left Zhuangzi, as long as he didn't enter Chang, and the winged knights would follow him. This time, he sent Guizi to the foot of Qinling Mountain. There's only one thing, and only I can use it. Can you tell? There's a tool. They told me that at the critical moment, the winged knights will stand up and you will lead the team to protect the children. In my opinion, protecting children is the duty of a soldier. There's nothing wrong with rushing, even if you're afraid. However, you can rush in batches and see the enemy's deployment. What if you're surrounded? On the battlefield, the enemy uses a spear to provoke the children of the Tang dynasty. If they ask you to save them, will you save them? You have to think about the enemy's forces, how they will deploy, what your side is like, and whether you can beat them at their own game. You can't lose your passion, and you have to be calm. What's the use of scouts? Li Yi patiently explained to Guizi. Guizi had also lost a battle. There were many reasons, but the main one was that the soldiers were not good enough. When the soldiers were in a mess, a general suddenly appeared out of nowhere and immediately went to war. Wouldn't the general be stunned? If he were to train the 3,000 winged knights now, he would be able to train them. Li Yi believed that with Guizi leading them, they would be able to nibble away at the enemy's 30,000-strong army. This was especially true when both sides fought with fatigue. Neither side would be able to rest. If they kept grinding, the other party would finally be worn out, and the Yulin flying cavalry would still be able to launch a charge. Guizi nodded from time to time as he listened. Recalling his previous situation, he was indeed too impulsive. The army could not charge all at once. It had to be divided into two groups. One group would charge forward and enter a stalemate, while the other group would charge down and attack. Li Dongzhu, I heard that you have firearms. You can ignite a lot of firearms that can blow up a huge crater. Guizi concluded that he couldn't find anything that could fly, so he changed to something else. Yes, but I can't give it to you now. I haven't adjusted it properly. Continue to train their physical strength and willpower and promote His Majesty more. Li Yi didn't stand on ceremony and directly told Guizi as if he was giving an order. Guizi didn't get angry and continued to ask, Do you have the kind that is quieter and louder? I want to train my horse. Go to Zhuangzi to get it tomorrow. Li Yi agreed. He realized that Guizi was indeed suitable for war. He would train his horse first before using anything that was quieter and louder. When they met the enemy cavalry on the battlefield, the enemy cavalry was in chaos after a series of explosions. The cavalry's formation was messed up. They crashed back and forth and lost their speed. Would a cavalry without mobility still be a cavalry? The cavalry that stayed in place couldn't even win against the enemy cavalry that had mobility. Cavalry had inertia when they ran, and the range of the arrows was much longer than if they stayed in place. Guizi was happy, but he still had a question. Li Dongzhu, how did your people find us? It's a secret. Li Yi shook his head and didn't say anything. He had exchanged for the item and had to set up in Zhuangzi. How could he say anything? Guizi. He thought that Li Yi was easy to talk to, but he suddenly stopped at the crucial moment. He was so direct and straightforward. The Su family in Zhuangzi didn't listen to what Li Yi said. They wished they could beat the drum. The old woman sat on the slide with the two babies in her arms and looked left and right. She couldn't get enough of them. The people on the slide didn't feel that the two babies were heavier. Instead, they felt like they were about to float. The dead child was alive again, and the family would return to the joy of the past. The last 100 days had been a torment for the people of the Su family manor. They didn't dare to speak loudly or laugh. They couldn't laugh either. They ate wild vegetables and pickled vegetables all day. There was no meat or fish. Now, the youngest Dalong had come back to life. God, this was even more unbelievable than a dream. When he died, he was so pitiful. He couldn't cough and had a fever. Then he died. Everything seemed like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, she saw the cute and beautiful Dalong playing with his younger brother. The woman was beside the slide. She was wiping her tears, but there was a smile on her face. Sun-er, Mother dreamed that you were alive again and woke up happily. Only your younger brother was there, and your younger brother was crying too, the woman told her eldest son, who stayed in the old woman's arms and played with his younger brother. As she spoke, she suddenly quivered and looked around. When she saw Li Yi and the winged knights, she finally believed that her son was alive and not dreaming. The importance of the winged knights was highlighted at this moment. They were in charge of protecting the surroundings, and each of them unsheathed their swords. The winged knight's reputation had always been publicized. On Li Yi's way back from Luoyang, they did their best to support him. They helped the people hunt animals and eat meat. When the people slept, they took off their cloaks and covered them with toilet water. When the people couldn't carry things, they helped carry them. The children were put on the back of the horses. Lantian County had long heard that the Tang dynasty had a private army that belonged to His Majesty. They were strong and treated the people like their own family. Now, the people of the Su family were enjoying it. As expected, they were close to the people. All of them were strong, and the meat on the back of their necks was bulging. According to the villagers, they were about to charge to save the children when Li Dongzhu arrived. "Let us carry them. It's too slow for you to carry them. The sky is cloudy and we saw some things. We need to go back early to take the medicine that Dongzhu prescribed." The winged knights took over 2 poles. The poles seemed to be weightless on their shoulders. The winged knights who came with Guizi were all trained by Li Yi. In the past, they carried thick logs that weighed more than 3,000 kilograms. 10 people carried them without any support. They just carried them on their shoulders. The height was different. The taller ones had to be slightly closer to each other. Everyone worked together. According to the rules of logging, 1 log had to be carried by 10 people. If they couldn't carry it, they would either add more people or withdraw them. 8 people carried it. If 8 people couldn't carry it, 6 people carried it. In the end, they had to be tied with a rope and pulled. Therefore, when Li Yi said that the various countries trained special forces, they didn't think of it. China did it this way in ancient times. If they didn't coordinate well, they would suffer together. No one would have a good time. In ancient times, logging was a gang. They would fight together. How could they carry the logs if they weren't united? The poles weren't as heavy as the logs, and they had to be carried on their shoulders. The 2 winged knights, who were about the same height, carried them as if they were playing. The older brother and younger brother in the old woman's arms weren't sleepy either. They held each other's hands and said ah and oh. It was so harmonious. Chapter 383. Brother Yi, seeing them like this, I feel that everything is worth it. Wang Xing looked enviously at the child's parents accompanying him. He couldn't have a biological son, but he could adopt one in the future. Or a woman who left her husband's family and brought her son over, or a widow whose husband had died. Others had 2 children, twins, and they didn't fight when they were together. Instead, they held hands and talked. He felt that he should also find one. Brother Wang, your contribution is the greatest. If you didn't dig the child out and find me when you saw that his chest was still moving, the child would really be dead. Li Yi said sincerely. Wang Xing helped him find a cadaver and did the dirty work. When he found that the child could still be saved, he sent him over as fast as he could. He was more anxious than anyone else. Every time he came to Zhuangzi, he would take a look at the child. When the child let him hug or even kiss him, he would secretly wipe away his tears. Eunuchs didn't mean that they were bad. There was also the propaganda of the Qing dynasty eunuchs in the TV series, which made this group suffer. Li Yi knew the reason. When the emperor's power was taken away by the ministers, the emperor had to get it back and use eunuchs to balance the power. The ministers could fight, but why couldn't eunuchs kill? The difference was that the dynastic history was written by the scholars of the later dynasties. After the Qin dynasty, all the scholars were people of Confucianism. Of course, they had to work together. Otherwise, how could they continue to make the emperor a figurehead? Once the truth was told and the role of eunuchs at critical times, the later emperors would also use eunuchs. Even in the Ming dynasty, no matter how powerful the East and West faction were, the Ming dynasty didn't fall in their hands. The Qing dynasty was overthrown because of eunuchs. In the northern and southern Song dynasties, the eunuchs didn't do well. If eunuchs were so powerful, why didn't they write the dynastic history books? Wang Xing didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. When he saw the family reunion, he said to Li Yi, "When the two of them arrive in Zhuangzi, call me." "Brother Wang, don't worry. As long as they arrive, I will invite you over. Everyone can play with the child." Li Yi nodded vigorously. He understood Wang Xing's feelings when he rushed with the child, and his feelings after the child was saved. Next was his mood every time he went to Zhuangzi to see his child. Li Yi and Wang Xing were chatting with each other when Li Yi struggled to stand up from his great-grandmother's arms. He smiled at Li Yi and said something that no one else could understand. Li Yi understood. He rummaged through his pocket and took out 2 strips of beef jerky. He stepped forward and handed them over. The babies held one in each hand and opened their arms. Li Yi moved his face closer, and the baby kissed him. Only then did he sit down happily. He handed his brother a piece of beef jerky and held one in his mouth. The younger brother looked at his older brother and imitated him by grabbing the beef jerky and putting it in his mouth. The 2 babies looked at each other and ate the beef jerky that they couldn't chew on together. Their saliva dripped down. With a click, a camera appeared in Li Yi's hand. He hesitated for a moment and looked at the price. It was only 24 hours one day, and it came with 500 films. It was a Polaroid. He didn't spend much money to exchange for the large-scale magic performance system. How could those equipment compare to the equipment in his hospital? Those thousands and hundreds of thousands, including the single soldier peddling aircraft he used, were less than 3 million yuan in his currency at that time. Even the not-so-good sound system and monitoring equipment were included. He couldn't buy a good sound system. That investment, how much did the sterile, multifunctional operating room cost? How much did the radiology department cost? How much did the MRI room cost? There was also the electron microscope for the detection equipment, the Doppler meter. After taking the picture, he took out the film in the camera and held it in his palm. Others didn't know the situation and were shocked. The 2 babies laughed. That was fun. They looked at Li Yi with their mouths slightly open. He took the beef jerky down. Their big eyes were cute, meaning that he should do it again. With a click, another picture was taken. Ha ha ha. The 2 babies laughed together. They could be happy even with a flash. This was the world of children. Here, Brother Wang, learn from me and cover this. Li Yi handed the film to Wang Xing. What is this? Wang Xing covered it and asked, Happiness. We have forgotten about happiness. When we see something fun, even if it's just for a moment, we can be happy. We can eat a piece of candy and be happy for the whole day. The elders in the family said that they would take us out to play tomorrow. Tonight's dreams are beautiful. A bowl of egg soup can be eaten slowly for a full half an hour. Even a piece of tofu mixed with sauce can be eaten for an extra bowl of rice. The corners of Li Yi's mouth curled up into a smile. Many people had forgotten the simplicity of childhood, but he always remembered. So he was the best to children and understood them the most, even if they were babies. He knew what the little guy needed from an expression and an action. The team continued to move forward, with the winged knights taking care of them and Li Dongzhu, who had defeated so many powerful existences in the underworld. Everyone's hearts were completely at ease. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was almost midnight. Under the light of the lanterns, the team returned to the Su family's mansion in Lantian County. At this time, everyone was even more relaxed. The Drunken Immortal restaurant next to them was under construction. At night, torches and lanterns were lit, and a new batch of people worked. The construction site was clearly a disturbance to the residents. In reality, the residents around slept very peacefully. With so many people working, nothing would happen at night. In this situation, the sound would become background after hearing it too much. Here, Brother Wang, bring it over. There's already enough time. Li Yi smiled and opened the paper outside the film in his hand. It revealed the 2 little guys drooling with beef jerky in their mouths. Wang Xing came over to take a look and learned from him to open his own. This was even more fun. The 2 babies opened their mouths slightly and looked over with wide eyes. Looking at the photo, they wanted to kiss it. When the photo was taken, the Su family took out more lanterns and torches. They were not in a hurry to enter the mansion. Everyone looked at the two photos and smiled. Ah. The older babies realized the situation. What are you looking at? Let us take a look too. In the end, the photo was taken by Li Yi and shown to the two little guys. When the two brothers saw the photo, they revealed their cute looks. They looked at each other and then at the photo. Their eyes seemed to be communicating. Why are there two more? Ha 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 ha. Someone couldn't help but laugh. The others laughed too. It was too fun. At the same time, they were surprised. How did they draw it? To draw a real person in. This was probably the work of a deity. When the adults laughed, the two babies didn't need to know why the adults were laughing. They just laughed along. Hence, they laughed even more happily than the adults. Open the medicine shop in the county. Everyone can go back and boil the medicine while bathing. Li Yi left behind a sentence and turned to find a tent to stay in. He didn't want to spend more time with the children. Otherwise, the children wouldn't be able to bear it and would cry. At night, the children had been excited for a long time and should be sleepy. When the two little guys were placed in the warm water to bathe, they indeed fell asleep while bathing. They were placed on the small bed. The two of them held each other's hands and slept soundly. The younger brother didn't cry again. Chapter 384. Canvas tents had already been set up, similar to those used in military camps. For the Tang dynasty, such tents were very expensive. For the Li family Zhuangzi, the price was not a consideration. Guozi had brought 1,000 winged knights with him, and there was even food prepared on the side. The people he brought were all taught by Li Yi, so they were naturally allocated tents, one for 10 people. There were foldable wooden beds and bedding inside. There was no need to light a lamp. They could arrange the beds with their hands, and at the same time the bedding was neatly arranged. The windows of the tents were also simple window screens woven with hemp rope. The weapons were placed where they should be, and there was no mess at all. Guozi was confused. You guys are so familiar with this? At the same time, what shocked him even more was the arrangement of the Li family Zhuangzi. How many people did the Li family Zhuangzi have? How could there be more after the tents were set up? Fan, why did Li Yi's Zhuangzi bring so many things? Guozi found Fan and asked, Dongzhu. Dongzhu said he can't fight, and he doesn't know how to command. The only thing he can do is logistics. Logistics is about food and fodder before the troops and horses move. He must consider all situations. Dongzhu said that fighting a war is fighting logistics. Whoever's logistics is good, their main force will be awesome. When the Li family Zhuangzi and Dongzhu go out, they always need to use 10% to predict the enemy's movements. That's why there are so many tents, beds, bedding, and food. Fan told him what he knew about Li Yi's situation. If the Li family Zhuangzi and Dongzhu personally gave the order, it would be war. Not to mention that Dongzhu personally came out. Now, the Li family Zhuangzi's guards and the winged knights as scouts overlapped, and they came and went together. Guozi understood, but then he was even more confused. Dongzhu's team is really the logistics and not the main force? Dongzhu said that the winged knights should be part of Baggage's team, not the main force. Dongzhu had said that the strongest soldiers were the cooks, and the most powerful were the logistics troops. A team that could handle logistics, would also be better than other teams in battle. The 3,000 of us don't know why Dongzhu said that, but we do know that the Li family Zhuangzi's logistics are unparalleled in the world. Fan did not feel the slightest bit shameful when he defined his own team as logistics. Guozi could only nod his head. Even if he wanted to refute, he couldn't find a reason. The Li family Zhuangzi had beaten him into a pulp. He had to admit that if it was his other self leading the same main force, it would have been a different story. The other party had Li Yi and Zhuangzi support. He would lose without a doubt. He thought about it and decided to have a good talk with Li Yi. Li Yi was writing prescriptions. Previously, he had written prescriptions to treat fever and palpitations. He had already gone to get the medicine. Now he was writing a prescription to calm the nerves for at least 5 days. He had performed a performance and scared people, so he had to follow up. For the Tang dynasty, the light effect that had never appeared before was shocking enough. In his time, when people saw a halo of normal climate, they would kneel down and kowtow to the Buddha just because there was a temple on the mountain. How could this be reasonable? If you said that people were stupid, they would immediately use all kinds of arguments to refute you. What was the difference between them and foreign people who injected disinfectant? Okay, take it. Anyway, we've already knocked down their medicine shop. Buy it together, even if the price is high. Don't go back to Zhuangzi to get it. Li Yi handed the 3 copies of the Calming House to the villager and asked him to retrieve them. 1 for men, 1 for women, and 1 for children. For Chinese medicine, even for typhoid fever, different people would need to use different medicines with different ratios. There were also requirements for the age of the medicinal materials. If he did not have a medicine shop and only wrote prescriptions, it would not work. In other words, the effective ingredients of each medicinal material were different, and the ingredients that each person could accept were different. Even for the antibiotic penicillin, not everyone would take the same dose, right? Li Dongzhu, Guozi called Li Yi. He was a little reluctant to be called Dongzhu alone. Adding the surname in front was a polite form of address. If he did not add the surname, he would feel that he was his own Dongzhu. Have you had dinner? Li Yi touched his stomach and asked Guozi. Not yet, Guozi answered. I'm hungry too. Let's eat together. Recently, they have been making mutton turn back. When I came over today, they had killed several sheep. Li Yi said as he pulled Guozi to eat. It was midnight, and it would be midnight in 15 minutes. When the 2 of them arrived at the restaurant, many people were drinking mutton soup. There was a barbecue rack at the side. Even the residents came out to eat. The weather was hot, and they could not sleep. Those who had nothing to do, tomorrow, wanted to drink some wine. Did you leave the lamb kidneys for me? Li Yi pulled Guozi to sit down. The first thing he asked was the lamb kidneys. Dongzhu, 6 lamb kidneys. Do you want all of them? Do you want the lamb spear and lamb eggs? The farmer who was barbecuing asked. 2 per person is enough. 5 ounces of white wine per person, Li Yi shouted back. He turned his head and asked Guozi, is 5 ounces of white wine enough? 60 degrees of white wine. Guozi, who had a lot of questions, did not understand what 60 degrees of white wine meant. He said, I'll drink 2 pounds. Okay, drink 5 ounces first. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Li Yi understood. If you drink 2 pounds, 1 pound is 660 grams. Some people can drink 60 degrees of white wine, but the white wine and dried tofu rolls were served first. It was a small cup. Guozi looked at it and frowned. He seemed to think that this little thing could be used to drink wine. He poured some wine, downed it in 1 gulp, and then cough, cough, cough. Hiss, 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 hiss. Replaced the 5 RMB cup with a 2 RMB cup. Li looked at it and understood what was going on. When the farmer came over to take the change, Guozi was gasping for air. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat because of this mouthful of wine. He realized that his lips, tongue, and throat were all numb, and his stomach was burning. Brother Gua, hold your breath and don't pant. The more you pant, the more uncomfortable you feel. Li Yi gave him a solution. He understood. It was just like drinking iced beer. Drinking 3 cups in 1 gulp would turn out to be a 60-degree white wine. 3 cups, 2 cups, 3 cups. If one wasn't prepared for this, they would almost faint. Oh my God, how can there be such strong wine? Guozi paused and raised his head to ask. That's right, you feel uncomfortable drinking wine that you have never drunk before. If you encounter a new tactic that you have never encountered before, then you will not only feel uncomfortable. Li Yi continued to lead Guozi to the topic of military affairs. He did not want Guazi to lose a battle and gain experience. I also know that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be defeated in 100 battles. It is easy to say, but who can do it? Guazi paused, finally recovering. Previously, you asked me how I discovered you. This I cannot say. However, I can give you a method to discover the enemy. Li Yi was going to assist Guazi. What method? Guazi asked. Don't you read novels? Oh no, don't you think about the Kongming lanterns? Hot air balloons. You just need to brush the outside of the thin silk with glue and heat the bottom. Then you can fly. You can hang a basket and put people in the basket. You can use a rope to tie them up. In the sky, I have glass binoculars. An army of tens of thousands of people. You can't all charge together. Everyone has to set up a formation and restrain each other, unless the formation breaker charges into the formation. Li, you wanted to take out the hot air balloons. This was very simple. It was easy to tie them up with ropes, but difficult to do without ropes. Chapter 385. Li Yi explained the theory of hot air balloons to Guazi as they ate. Guazi nodded his head from time to time. He knew that the lanterns could fly. Only rich people could make lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Without a rope, the hot air balloon will fly upwards. When the wind reaches a certain height, it will blow towards this direction. When it reaches a higher height, it will blow towards that direction. Li Yi gestured. He was unable to describe the specific height. The wind is strong, and there are ropes on top. The balloon can't fly out and will sway. Guazi followed Li Yi's words and pointed out the drawbacks. You still want to fly when the wind is strong? You should choose to run when the wind is down and prepare to attack when the wind is up. Li Yi looked at Guazi helplessly. Guazi smiled. I wonder when you can make it. The glass telescope has already been made. Come back to Zhuangzi with me tomorrow and give it to the winged knights. The hot air balloon will take 3 days. Li Yi considered Zhuangzi's ability as a craftsman and the hot air balloon's requirements and gave 3 days. There was no fuel, but alcohol could be used. The torch was easy to make. The hot air balloon's fabric was sturdy and brushed with tung oil. Guazi asked about the feeling of flying in the sky. After eating for an hour, the two of them went back to sleep. Li Yi settled a big matter and relaxed. He lay down and fell asleep. Guazi couldn't sleep. He thought about what happened today and how the hot air balloon could fly people into the sky. Before today, if someone told him that people could fly in the sky, he would never believe it. Seeing Li Yi flying around, he knew that Li Yi had something good. Make a bunch of hot air balloons and shoot people down with bows and arrows. That would be awesome. Guazi's military talent was extraordinary. He quickly began to think about how to maximize the effect of the hot air balloon. When defending a city, the enemy would attack like ants. There was only one line on the city wall that could hit the enemy. The hot air balloon rose from the city, and the height was increased. The enemy's siege towers were not so difficult to deal with. The city wall was 5 feet high. The enemy attacking the city would take out a wooden frame that was 6 feet high. There were wheels under the frame, which were pushed by people inside and behind. When they reached a certain distance from the city wall, they would shoot arrows at the people on the city wall. Once they got close, the gangplank would be set up, and there would be ladders inside. Soldiers would continuously climb up from the siege trucks. Such siege weapons were troublesome to manufacture, but their effects were remarkable. Together with the long ladders with wheeled carts and the simple ladders with hooks in front, the pressure on the defenders was too great. With the hot air balloons, they would be able to soar into the sky. No matter how high the siege towers were, how could they be taller than the ones flying in the sky? If the wind was good, the hot air balloon could be stretched out and oil could be poured on top of it to ignite it. Guazi chuckled when he thought about how to use it to defend the city and how to attack the city. He realized that it was the easiest to use a hot air balloon to attack other people's cities, as it was 200 to 300 feet high. The soldiers on the city walls were immediately suppressed when they were sent up to shoot arrows at them. Ordinary crossbows would not be able to fly up to the top of the city wall. Find a place with water and train the winged knights on the small boat. The bumpiness of a horse is different from that of a hot air balloon. Guazi said to himself, he was good at horseback archery. When he took the military exam, he could hit the target 6 out of 10 times and was awarded an A grade. When he was horseback archery, the horse would run from one end to the other, hitting the bullseye of all 10 targets. Other people did not want to play anymore after seeing him perform once. Guazi, whose mind was filled with hot air balloons, fell asleep at some point. When the Sioux family's child cried, the people in the Sioux family mansion woke up and listened happily. Soon the sound disappeared. Old man Sioux ate an extra bun for breakfast, put down his chopsticks, and went to see the child. Sun was not used to the change of environment. He wanted to find people he was familiar with and wanted to cry. However, with his younger brother around, he quickly forgot about others. He could walk a few steps and jog. He stood there and yelled to encourage his younger brother to run together. Chien was indeed anxious. He held the bamboo pole horizontally and tried to walk on his own time and time again. After taking 2 steps, he lost his balance. Unlike the adults who fell, his legs bent and he sat upright on the ground. A group of adults watched and encouraged him. The older brother ran over to help his younger brother and then sat on the ground together. The whole Sioux family was suddenly filled with laughter. The steward sent people to buy meat. From today onwards, no one was a vegetarian. There were people from the Sioux family who were pushing down the wall next to the drunken immortal house. They let Guan Xiaotan see where to dig a canal to draw water. When the canal was dug and the water was drawn over, they would consider how to fix it. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Yi appeared. He invited the old woman to Zhuangzi for further examination to see if she needed medical treatment or surgery. He did not go to see the child, afraid that the child would ask to go back with him. At noon, the team returned to Zhuangzi and began to arrange where to put the monitoring head. This thing was magical and could be used day and night. The farmers discussed putting a place where they felt it was dangerous and did not hang lanterns at night. Some people felt that the place was dark and passed by it. It was just right to clean it up. Li Yi was not in a hurry to eat. He took the old woman for examination first. In your situation, I suggest you take local injection to relieve the pain and then use acupuncture and local heating to maintain it. Li Yi introduced the situation to the old woman and asked if she agreed. The old woman had no choice. Of course she agreed. So Li Yi mixed the medicine for the old woman and injected it. It was painful at the time of injection, but soon it was no longer painful. There was anesthetic in it. Less than an hour after the injection, the old woman moved her legs and showed a happy expression. Miracle doctor, it doesn't hurt so much. Don't do strenuous exercise now. Continue to rest. Keep your knees warm. Don't live too close to the water. I've seen Zhuangzi. It's really beautiful and there are many ponds. But the water vapor is also heavy, which has a direct impact on your condition. Go back and see the situation. If you don't feel well for 2 days, you can hold on. If you feel red and swollen on the 3rd day, come immediately. If there are no other problems, go back to Zhuangzi for a checkup after 10 days. If necessary, follow up with a needle. This needle can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. You still need to rely on acupuncture and massage for long-term relief treatment. Li Yi continued to give medical advice. The Sioux family members who came with the old woman listened carefully and took note. On cloudy days and rainy days, they could apply plasters when the air was heavy. On normal days, they could bask in the sun. In winter, they had to wrap themselves in a circle of fur and build a brick bed. Turning around, Li Yi was waiting for the old woman to adapt. At the same time, he observed the situation after the medicine and talked about the future of the Sioux family. Since the Sioux family provided the water, they naturally enjoyed some benefits. For example, they could open a gate to the drunken immortal residence. If the spring water was large enough, they could even put it on a boat. What he said made the Su family members happy, and they continued to talk. Li smiled. Okay, time's up. Take a few steps and see. But don't walk too much. You still need to rest. He had been wasting time talking about interesting things to divert everyone's attention. Miracle Doctor, you have a good heart. The old woman immediately understood. She praised him as she stood up and walked a few steps. Much better, just a little uncomfortable. It's better than before when I couldn't stand the pain. The old woman smiled. At this time, it was already past 1 p.m. Everyone went to eat. After eating, the Su family members escorted the old woman back. Li Yi took a lot of small toys that the children played on Zhuangzi and gave them to take back. Chapter 386. In the palace, Li Longji, who was waiting to get off work, was listening to Gua Zi's report. People appeared one after another. They were all flying in the sky. Later, Li Dongzhu flew over and fought with those people. Gua Zi told him what he had seen and heard. Li Longji listened with wide eyes. There was something that could detect the winged knights at night. Li Yi could fly in the sky. Wang Xing and the others always dug up other people's graves and sent them to Li Yi for treatment. That child was actually the great-grandson of the Su family who had died. Okay, I'll ask right away. Li Longji didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to leave now and stop looking for women. Your Majesty, there's still the hot air balloon. It's said that it will come out in 3 days, Gua Zi reminded. There's no need to worry about that. Li Yi said that he can do it, so he will definitely do it. Li Longji threw down the sentence and left. Li Longji went to the workshop and found Li Yi. Li Yi stood in front of a large blackboard and explained the hot air balloon's principles, structure, layout, and required materials to the craftsman. There has to be a bracket here. Otherwise, it will burn the cloth when it's lit. The balance of the hanging basket is the most important. You can add a pendant below. Sandbags should be placed in the basket. They have to be small and can be placed on the edge of the basket to adjust the balance. The basket can't be made of metal unless we develop a good alloy in the future. For the alcohol burner, the seal is the key. Press the air in and drive the alcohol out to burn. The craftsmen listened carefully. At the same time, they were thinking about how to make it and which part was the most difficult. Li Longji stood at the door and listened together. He could understand a small part of it. As for how to make it, it was not up to him. As he listened, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He realized that with Li Yi around, many technical problems were not a problem. It seemed that as long as Li Yi wanted to make something, he would definitely make it. This hot air balloon was a good thing that could take people to the sky. Admiring the things on the ground from the sky was one of its functions. Its most important function was in war. When the conditions were right, there would be siege towers for people to go up and observe the surrounding enemy situation. The siege towers were too big, and many terrains were not suitable for transportation. Even if they were to disassemble and reassemble them, it would be troublesome. Looking at the appearance of the hot air balloon, it was a big bag. After it was opened and ignited, it turned into a big ball. If this thing flew a few miles high, wouldn't it be the same as standing on a mountain and looking at the enemy? Li Yi continued to explain. Rope, we can't use thick hemp rope anymore. Spend more money and use silk. Silk is strong and light. Instead of using a thick hemp rope, the hot air balloon still needed to be towed after it rose, and the weight of the hemp rope would delay things. It's also easy for the hemp rope to be blown by the wind and cause the hot air balloon to become unstable. It's very dangerous. Li Longji stood there and nodded. That's right, hemp rope is not good. Silk, it doesn't matter if it's expensive or not. In a war, as long as one could use money to form a soldier class to suppress the enemy, which one of them didn't use money to do so? When it was almost time for dinner, Li Yi finally finished. The craftsmen immediately went to eat. When they came back, they had to work overtime to study the hot air balloon. Of course, they had to take turns to rest. Li Yi didn't want the craftsmen to be too tired. Brother Yi, with this hot air balloon, Our Tang Dynasty soldiers can have fewer casualties. Even a hot air balloon could accidentally fall down by itself, or be shot down by the wind when it lowered its altitude. But it can cause more damage to the enemy. It's worth it. Li Longji thought that the hot air balloon wasn't really invincible, but so what? 100 hot air balloons could form an army and kill 10,000 enemies. 100 hot air balloons were all destroyed, and the non-commissioned officer on them were all dead. It was worth it. The operation is the most dangerous, especially the wind. In a war, if you want to use ballistae to shoot a small dot flying in the sky, you can only do so if you have a concentrated ballista formation. Moreover, that formation requires the left and right positions to adjust the angle in advance and ensure the accuracy of the arrows. Li Yi shook his head and explained the situation of using large ballistae to shoot a hot air balloon more than 1,000 meters high. When the hot air balloon is above, you don't need to aim to shoot arrows into the crowd. Shoot from below, look up and see a small dot. How do you aim? How can the enemy target the hot air balloon? Charge at the formation? Rush over and grab the rope? I believe that if the formation is about to be broken, our soldiers will take the initiative to cut the rope, or the people above cut the rope from the other end. It's impossible for the enemy to catch it. Li Longji quickly thought of the situation and felt that the enemy charging at the formation was the most stupid thing to do. Only the hot air balloon can compete with the hot air balloon. Li Yi said a classic sentence. He already knew that only the tank can fight against the tank and only the sniper can fight against the sniper. The two of them came to the cafeteria. Empress Wang was already sitting down. She didn't make any extra requests today, but she didn't have any appetite. Brother, if the enemy gets the hot air balloon that fell, will it be easy to imitate it? Li Longji asked after he sat down and served himself his favorite dishes. Spheres and baskets are easy and not difficult. The fuel is the problem. We have alcohol and a blowtorch. The blowtorch can adjust the size of the flame and control the flying height of the hot air balloon. You can't burn coal to start a fire. If you burn firewood, the continuous fire of firewood is different. You can't add firewood and remove firewood, right? Alchemical fire oil is easier to burn, but with their technology, they can't control the fire of the alchemical fire oil. Li knew that there was something that could provide enough heat value: oil. Some places have oil on the ground and people will use it to start a fire. Uncle is right. Their technology is not good. Their craftsmen took something that you specially researched and can't imitate it. Empress Wang didn't know what the hot air balloon was. She only supported the theory that Zhuangzi's technology was good. Li Longji was completely relieved. He thought for a while and whispered, "Brother I heard that you can fly." The things used and the monitoring devices are the same as the ones in my hospital. At a critical moment, it can carry a person with it. It can't fly for too long. Li Yi told him what was going on without hesitation. Oh, good. It's good that you can carry a person. Li Longji nodded and didn't say anything else. For the next 3 days, nothing unexpected happened. Old Lady Sue also didn't come. Obviously, there was no problem with the sealing needles. On the morning of April 16th, the hot air balloon was about to come out. Everyone was ready to witness a miracle. Empress Wang also wanted to see it. She stood there with her belly protruding. Everything was ready. Ouch, my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. Empress Wang suddenly shouted. Stop. Go to the delivery room. The midwife is in place. Li Yi shouted. Qing Song and Go Yan immediately helped Empress Wang lie down on the cart beside them. The palace maids followed suit. Empress Wang was sent to the delivery room. Li Yi changed his clothes and prepared for the most critical moment. Zhuangzi, line up for all O-type blood. The nurses will draw blood. I want to send it over for processing and storage. Li Yi ordered while changing his clothes. Empress Wang was O-type blood. He was used to calling her that. He was most worried about special situations. He was afraid that he couldn't handle it alone. It required support and treatment. There must be people in every position. Then, a large amount of plasma would be used to dilute the amniotic fluid in the blood. If it wasn't this situation, it would still be troublesome. The villagers were busy. One of the eunuchs and palace maids ran out and said a few words to someone outside. The person outside rode on a horse and rushed to the palace. Chapter 387. The delivery room was right next to Li's hospital, and the doors were all connected. The villagers also went to the delivery room to give birth, and there were auxiliary production tools in the delivery room. There were shelves that could be grabbed while standing, chairs that could be used like a toilet, and there were places for hands to grab and feet to step on. It depended on the pregnant woman's situation. If it still didn't work, then Li would do it. But so far, none of the pregnant women in Zhuangzi had used Li. According to Li Yi's thoughts, one reason was that they had good control. They didn't need to raise the child that big, and they often checked their bodies. In addition, these women worked hard and did all the hard work, so their bodies were strong. Li also had them stretch their legs and do splits when they had nothing to do. Everything was to prepare for the birth of a child, and many of the villagers' women had given birth before. The villagers' blood was drawn out, and each person took 200 milliliters of blood, just one bag. Li sent the blood to the equipment to be processed. Only when there was no other way would they directly transfuse blood. Some of the blood had problems, so direct transfusion was risky. Even if they were of the same blood type, there was a chance that they wouldn't match. The delivery room was fully equipped, so there was no need to run out to boil water. There were 12 experienced midwives who had delivered many babies in Zhuangzi, so they cooperated well. At this moment, they just had to wait. Wait for Empress Wang's next move. This time wasn't necessarily long. It could be the next second or the next day. A fast horse rushed into the city, and the person on the horse shouted, "Urgent report, get out of the way, urgent report." The road in the middle was a special road that could be crossed. Under normal circumstances, cars and people weren't allowed to use it. The horse ran in the middle and soon reached the imperial city. The person on the horse continued shouting and rushed straight in. Only when he reached the imperial palace did he dismount and run. In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji was talking to the 3 prime ministers when the non-commissioned officer rushed to the door and shouted, "Your Majesty, the Empress is about to give birth." "Change my clothes." Li Longji didn't care about the 3 prime ministers at all. Next to him, Gao Lisher took out some clothes from behind him and quickly helped Li Longji change into them. Li Longji strode out. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and said to the 3 of them, "Please go back first." "Your Majesty, don't worry. The Empress and the child will definitely be safe and sound." Zhang Shua added. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan also said nice things. After Li Longji's figure disappeared, the 3 of them walked slowly towards the political affairs hall. "I hope the Empress and the child are fine. The Tang dynasty is in a mess." Yao Chong looked grim. "That's right. With a child, if anything goes wrong, Her Majesty will kill a lot of people." Zhang Shua sighed. "Li is here," Lu Huaishan said. He had confidence in Li. Giddy up, giddy up." Li Longji rode on a horse and sped up. His body leaned forward, and his grip on the reins was neither tight nor loose. His body rose and fell with the horse's gallop. He rode out alone, and the people behind him had just gotten on their horses. Li Longji was sweating. He was nervous. This child was shouldering too much. Li Longji urged the horse while thinking about things. Back then, he married Empress Wang. Then he fought desperately for power. Empress Wang supported him from behind. When he sat on the throne, he immediately made Empress Wang the Empress. But the Empress didn't have a child. Many people said that he didn't have the right position, so it was like this. Now he finally knew that the Bulsh*T position was not right. She was sick. How could she have a child after taking the medicine given by Brother E? Now, nothing must happen to this child. Otherwise, those people would jump out and say this and that again. No, if something happened to the child, he would kill them all and have another child with the empress. Li Longji made up his mind and felt at ease. At this time, the 1,000 bull guards guarding Zhuangzi had entered a state of readiness. Everyone came out, put on their armor, and checked their bows and crossbows. They knew how urgent the situation was. They couldn't make any mistakes. Empress Wang's voice came from the delivery room. Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm fine. Uncle said that it's easier for me to have a child if I exercise too much. She actually had the leisure to comfort others. There was a trace of gentleness in her voice. The palace maids were so nervous that they were about to cry. The eunuchs' faces were pale. Li Yi stayed in the operating room, very calmly. He was mentally preparing. He tried to think of Empress Wang as an ordinary pregnant woman who wasn't close to him. If there was really a need for surgery, he would throw away all his emotions when he did it. Time passed little by little. There wasn't much movement inside. Giddy up, giddy up. The sound of horse hooves and people shouting could be heard. Li Longji rode out of the courtyard with his eyes wide open. He turned over and dismounted. Then he heard people shouting from inside. It's out, it's out. It's amazing. It's out in an instant. Quick, pat it upside down. Wah, wah. The child's cries could be heard. Li Longji stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. Li Yi, who was in the operating room, was also a little confused. It was too fast. There wasn't much crying and no one was cheering by the side. There was no movement just now. She gave birth in an instant. Sister-in-law's physique was so good. Clean it up, wipe it clean, and wrap it up. The midwife's voice came from inside. Li Yi listened again. There wasn't much movement, which meant that sister-in-law's natural birth wasn't accompanied by defecation. In this way, there wouldn't even be an infection that he was worried about. As long as she recovered for a few days, she would be able to walk normally. There was no need for confinement. Confinement was to let her bones recover. Now it seemed that everything was going smoothly. There were no problems. Brother Yi, how's it going? Li Longji entered the operating room and listened to the movements inside. Sanlang, I'm fine. There was no need for Li Yi to answer. There was a voice inside. The child is fine too. It's just that he didn't open his eyes. Empress Wang shouted again. Her breathing was not chaotic at all. Good. It's good that the mother and child are safe. Li Longji collapsed. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat. He wanted to cry. It's not easy. I've talked to you for so long. In a few days, I'll show you how good my son is with the Empress. Wipe your body first. After this wipe, you have to wait for at least 3 days before you can scrub again. Whether you can take a bath or not depends on your recovery. During confinement in Zhuangzi, you don't have to not take a bath or move for a whole month. It's not like outside where the mother's body smells. The midwife inside spoke. I know. I've already asked a few people who just gave birth. I've also gone to see them. Let Sanlang take the child out first. Empress Wang didn't look weak at all. What was different from usual was that there was a hint of joy in her voice. The child was cleaned up neatly. He was carried out by a midwife, revealing his small face. Li Longji looked down and smiled. The child didn't look good now. His skin was wrinkled, but he would slowly grow out in a few days. Congratulations, third brother. Let's weigh him. Li Yi wanted to weigh the child. After weighing it, it was 5 caddies. If it was converted to Li Yi's weight, it would be 77 caddies. Li Yi performed a simple examination on the child. At the same time, the umbilical cord blood was sent out for testing. When the results were out, Empress Wang walked out by herself. She took the child and smiled. I thought it would be difficult to give birth. It's so easy, she said, as if everyone was lying to her. Chapter 388. Empress Wang's child was born, and Li Longji wished he could grant amnesty to the world. Pregnant women needed to rest, even if Empress Wang looked fine. She couldn't use the fan or the wall, and she couldn't use ice cubes. She was hot, and so was the baby. Brother E, your sister-in-law, is hot. Li Longji walked around the room and came out to look for Li Yi. Actually, put ice cubes in front of the fan, and it's fine to blow it in normally from the outside. Why don't you use the air conditioner to cool down? Li Yi didn't think there was a problem, but everyone was worried and said it was an evil wind. In that case, they could use the air conditioner in the hospital. If they felt cold, they could increase the temperature. Is there any other way? You said that the air conditioner is not good for the body. Li Longji thought of this matter. One is to have running water below to take away the heat. There's also the simplest way. Li Yi thought of an idea. He pointed to the courtyard. There are several rooms. Let the wind blow in one room first and add ice cubes. When it's cold, sister-in-law will go over. Li Longji continued. Let's continue to blow in the other room and wait for it to get hot before changing. Li nodded. Yes, didn't you say it was an evil wind? This time, there will be no wind after blowing. Okay. Li Longji agreed. Then, some people were tired, and he was ready to change in 3 rooms. There were 2 groups of people who were there to step on the fan and put ice cubes at the same time. After giving the instructions, Li Longji didn't leave and stayed there to guard. He sent someone back to arrange things, mainly because Empress Wang was going to announce that she was going to give birth to a child today. It was so magical that both of them were born together. During lunch, Empress Wang ate in the room. It was cool, but she felt uncomfortable holding the baby. She wanted to bask in the sun, but she couldn't. She didn't want to leave the baby. So, Zhuangzi started to make new windows and install glass. First, he installed the glass in 2 rooms, and after she changed in with the baby, he installed the glass in the 3rd room. In this way, the child would be able to bask in the sun for the next 2 days. 3 days later, he would bask in the sun in the morning when the sun had just risen, and bask in the sun in the evening when the mountains were about to set. Li Longji was still worried about Zhuangzi's safety. What if someone attacked and Brother E couldn't react in time? What if Brother E used his lifespan to exchange for it and ended up killing himself? Brother E, is your hot air balloon ready? Li Longji thought of a solution. All right, we have to test it today. Let's change it to tomorrow. It's a little windy in the afternoon, so it's better to test it for the first time when the wind is light. Li Yi didn't mind waiting another day. This is also a military weapon, so it has to be protected like gunpowder. Wait for me to submit a memorial to His Majesty. It would be best to send the wing knights. Li Longji found a reason. Don't you have a hot air balloon? His Majesty will send the wing knights over to guard it. Li Yi didn't think it was necessary, but when he thought about how he still needed the wing knights to operate it, he decided to come over and familiarize himself with it in advance. He nodded in agreement and turned back to teach the nurses. There were 50 people and 30 young imperial physicians in Zhuangzi's room. Li Longji held a teacup and went in and out of the room to take a look. He couldn't stay still. The palace soon received news that Empress Wang gave birth safely. The child weighed 5 kilograms and had no problems. That young man is a person with great fortune. The people by his side are all blessed, Imperial concubine Delu said to Li Dan after hearing the news. Li Dan was completely relieved. Someone had come to him before and asked him to talk to Li Longji about abolishing the empress. Later, seeing that he and Li Longji were indifferent, they wanted to appoint a crown prince. If the crown prince had another concubine son, would the empress still have a place in the harem? If the crown prince ascended the throne, what would happen to the empress? Now, the empress had her own son. This child was the crown prince, and the emperor was young. Li Dan didn't know that in history, Li Longji lived a long life, and the crown prince grew up year by year. There was no chance for him to ascend the throne. Li Longji began to suspect that his son was too anxious. At that time, Wu Huifei had casually made up a story about 3 people rebelling, which was full of loopholes, and Li Longji had pushed the boat along with the current to kill them. Li Dan, who didn't know the future, understood the consequences of the emperor being young and the crown prince not being young. Newborns were much younger than their parents, so they were less dangerous. On the other side, in earthly paradise, the 4 people who heard the news came to eat. Wei Jigu was pulled over by Zhang Shuo. There will be peace for a few years, but that child won't be in the palace much. Zhang Shuo said as he drank. He was happy that the empress had a son. Many voices were suppressed, and others couldn't use this as an excuse to cause trouble. I wonder when the crown prince will be appointed. Lu Huaishan considered the issue of the crown prince. Wei Jigu said, once the crown prince is appointed, he will need to enter the Eastern Palace. The officials there are busy, so it won't be early. At least not until the 30,000 winged knights are trained. He pointed out that there were too many people in the Eastern Palace and they could be bribed. Wouldn't it be normal if something happened to the child and he died? Even if everyone in the Eastern Palace was killed, the child still wouldn't be able to live. This old man has waited for so long. Yao Chong closed his eyes and sighed. He was the unluckiest one. Many people advised him to tell the emperor about the crown prince, but he received a mirror from Empress Wang. Everyone waited together, and he endured the pressure. Finally, Empress Wang was amazing and gave birth to a son. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will probably ask to take a look, and then the child will be brought over for everyone to see. Zhang Shuo mentioned that there was a department in charge of the members of the imperial family. Yao Chong said, when the time comes, we'll go take a look together. We can't let them carry the child, in case someone slips and falls to the ground. As for poisoning, turn it back to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. What kind of poison can stump him? There's no chance to poison him. Besides, he's Empress Wang's child. Why poison him? Lu Huaishan felt that everyone was possessed, thinking that someone wanted to harm the child. That night, Li Longji pretended to write a letter, saying that he would have someone send it to the palace tomorrow. He told Li Yi not to rush to test the hot air balloon and to wait. The next morning, he took the letter and left. At noon, a battalion of winged knights rushed to Zhuangzi. Li Longji didn't have to go to work in the afternoon, so he also wanted to watch. Li Qingqi followed closely, wanting to watch the show. During lunch, old man Mu Qingxi and Lady Mu brought 10 cows to Zhuangzi. When they were eating with Li Yi, they mentioned that they wanted to stay in Zhuangzi for a month. It was too hot at home and they were afraid that there would be problems. For the sake of the 10 cows, Li Yi agreed. They were regular customers. Lady Mu heard that there was a woman in Zhuangzi who had just given birth and wanted to take a look. Li Yi didn't agree at first. Later, Lady Mu mentioned that she wanted palace maids and eunuchs to stay by her side and take a look. She liked children. Li Yi asked third brother for his opinion. Li Longji had a vigilant look on his face as he ordered 2 more of his men to follow him. Noble consort Lu succeeded in seeing Empress Wang and the child. The child opened his eyes, but he couldn't see anyone. Everything was taken care of by the adults. Empress Wang fed him personally, and there were people from Zhuangzi beside her. Noble consort Lu wiped her tears when she saw the child, saying that it wasn't easy. It's not easy for me either. They're playing outside. I want to go see them, but I can't leave the child, Empress Wang complained. Chapter 389. After lunch, a group of people stood around the square in Zhuangzi. 2 large boxes were placed in the middle of the square. The craftsmen opened the boxes and assembled the basket on the spot. The winged knights sent a few clever people over to watch. They wanted to learn. After the basket was assembled, the next step was to install an alcohol burner in the basket. An iron can was filled with alcohol. The craftsmen tried to light it and adjust the flame at the same time. The winged knights came up and repeated the operation. All 10 of them learned it. The craftsmen opened the other box. The box contained a folded hot air balloon. They took it out and unfolded it, connecting it to the basket. Sandbags were added to the basket and hung outside. There were a few inside as well. A rope was tied below and someone held the mouth of the hot air balloon. The flame from the burner began to inflate the hot air balloon. The hot air balloon gradually expanded. Before it was completely upright, the basket began to rise and people pulled it. When it was completely upright, Li Yi brought the single-person flying device and the knife up. He stepped on the flying device and put it on. The remote control was at his waist. He held the knife in one hand and placed the other on the alcohol burner. If there was a problem, he would cut the rope and fly out. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Li Yi. They were even more nervous than Li Yi. Li Yi was not in a hurry to take off. He controlled the burner and adjusted the flame. After about a quarter of an hour, he nodded. The people around him let go at the same time. The hot air balloon soared up. Finally, the rope below pulled the hot air balloon. It stopped for a while at a height of 10 feet. Li Yi nodded again. The people below began to release the rope. The hot air balloon rose higher and higher with the addition of the rope. It was very hot in the afternoon. There was no wind. Li Yi looked down from inside the hot air balloon and waved his hand. The people on the ground looked up. Someone beside them was reporting. 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, 180 feet, 200 feet. The rope is at the end. The rope was stretched out in an arc. There was wind in the sky. The hot air balloon could be seen moving slightly in the wind. The rope moved with the hot air balloon. It was like flying a kite, but there were people on it. Li Longji raised his binoculars and saw Li Yi standing in the hanging basket, smiling and waving to the ground. Suddenly, Li made a hand gesture, and another villager who was watching through a telescope shouted, "Retract the rope. Dongzhu wants to come down. We will not release him today." The force coming from below shook the pulley, and the rope was entangled. Li Yi adjusted the flame on top, and the height gradually decreased. Half an hour later, the hot air balloon stopped 10 feet above the ground. Someone pushed a ladder over. Li Yi lowered the aircraft with a rope and waited on it. One of the wing knights went up, and the hot air balloon rose again, stopping at a height of 500 feet. This time, Li Yi came down. Another wing knight went up and repeated the previous steps to learn how to operate the torch. Li Longji stopped watching and pulled Li Yi back into the house. Li Qingqi followed them in. "Brother Yi, the hot air balloon is indeed a military weapon. As long as the wind is controlled well, it can send soldiers directly into the enemy's city or camp at night." Li Longji knew that after seeing the flying demonstration, he felt that his palace was no longer safe. If the wind blew into the palace and a large group of hot air balloons landed with soldiers, who would be able to react? Transmitting confidence is also useful. For example, if a city is besieged, reinforcements can contact the people in the city through the hot air balloon. As long as there are enough people, they can send arrows and food. The morale of the soldiers defending the city will be high. Li Qingqi thought of logistics. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, the hot air balloon was specially used to bully people. Li Longji thought for a while. Bring kerosene. Even if it's daytime, fly to the enemy's tent, set it on fire, and throw it down. He knew how the other party would feel. A height of more than 200 feet. No, even if it was 500 feet, ordinary crossbows would not be able to touch it. If the ballista was set up and aimed at the sky, it would need to calculate the angle, the accuracy of the arrow, and the speed. How could it be shot? If there was kerosene on the tent, it would be better to put out the fire. Whoever it landed on would be unlucky. At that time, the general would not be in the mood to plan for battle. He could only change into ordinary clothes and hide among the soldiers. The tents would be set on fire one by one. Baggage, provisions, and war horses would also be set on fire. This item must not be used by civilians, unless you, Zhuangzi, use it yourself. After Li Longji discovered the danger, he restricted it like a firecracker. Li Qingqi suddenly smiled. In the enemy's limelight, tie it with a rope and fly the kite. The cavalry is ready. When the hot air balloon team attacks, the enemy's formation will be messed up and the cavalry will charge. It's best to use it against the Tubo and Turkic people because they have many horses. If the cavalry does not gather together, they will not be able to fight as a group. If they are put together, the horses will be afraid of fire. After they are thrown down, the horses will run everywhere. How can they fight a battle? Li Yi still smiled and nodded. Air forces were very good at suppressing ground forces. In a large-scale battle, military formations were what was needed. The right of using the right and wrong tactics to win was when two armies faced each other and their formations were stable. Whoever drove the formation to charge first would be at a disadvantage. The others could mobilize their own formations according to the situation. The general had to stay by the flag and rely on it to stabilize the morale of the army. The hot air balloons threw incendiary bombs at the flag. The three of them discussed how to use it. The winged knights who went up and tried it again and again liked the hot air balloon tool. Whether the cavalry was chasing the enemy or avoiding the enemy, whoever could see further was better. The hot air balloon could be disassembled and reassembled. The winged knights could be put on the horses and mobilized. When needed, they could be assembled and besieged. The guards on Zhuangzi discussed with each other and discussed whether they should put one of them up there to keep an eye on the situation during the day. At this time, people in Zhang Family Village, Imperial Plantation, and Bot River all noticed the big ball that rose and fell for a while. Those with good eyesight could even see the hanging basket under the ball and the people in the hanging basket. Wasn't this the same as people flying in the sky? What was that ball? It must be something made by Li Dongzhu. Isn't it afraid of falling down when it flies in the sky? A person passing by the other side of the river saw it. The person next to him said, "It's useless to fly in the sky unless it can be used to travel." Another person said, "It's used in war. If I hit you in the sky, I can hit you on the ground. You can't hit me. Indeed, if I throw a stone in the sky, you have to dodge it. If it hits your head, you'll be dead." Oh, then the Tang dynasty is powerful. But I don't know if it's easy to make. How much does it cost to make one? It's too expensive. The army can't use it. No matter how expensive it is, we have to make it. Many fewer people will die. We can save the money to make this ball. The people soon found that the biggest use of a flying ball was in war. They were not stupid at all. Some people entered the city and told others what they saw. Soon the news spread like wildfire. At night, the whole Chang'an knew about it. Li Dongzhu and Ba River made a new ball that could fly people in the sky. If it was used in war, the people on the ground could only watch helplessly. It was very powerful. In the future, fewer people would die in the Tang dynasty. Whoever was not convinced could send the ball over. The foreign guests living in Honglu Temple were scared. There was something that could fly people in the sky and attack the ground. Chapter 390. Although Tubo, Tujue, and Kaitian were hostile to the Tang dynasty, they still had people in charge of diplomacy in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, diplomats were in charge of intelligence gathering. Most of the intelligence they had collected was about a certain official or a relative. This included things in the palace and what the emperor of the Tang dynasty liked. Since last year, the intelligence they collected pointed more to the Li family Zhuangzi. They said that Li Yi took out something from Li Nong the day before yesterday. They drew the blueprint and sent it back. They couldn't bring the real thing because they would be stopped. They said that Li Yi took out something yesterday and continued to draw the blueprint and send it back. They said that Li Yi asked the people to dig ice to make money. He also gave them tools to stand on ice and tools to drill ice. They said that Li Yi asked the people of Chang and to make money by rubbing mud. The people had a better life and had more money to spare. They said that the fireworks made by Li Yi could be used to bomb the enemy. They were very powerful. Even if they bought them, they would only be watched. They said that Li Yi took the chickens and ducks on Zhuangzi to Henan province. A large area east of Taihang Mountains had been attacked by locusts. The chickens and ducks were dealing with it. Before 2 days of peace, and even more frightening news came out. Li Yi made a big ball that could fly people in the sky. How could the envoys from other countries not know what the commoners could think of? This big ball was deadly. The military forces of the Tang dynasty prepared a large number of people. How should they deal with it? Both sides agreed to set up a formation and look for opportunities to kill. However, the Tang dynasty flew over and specifically looked for flags to attack. How could they command? No, they couldn't let the Tang dynasty have it. No, they couldn't just let the Tang dynasty have it. They wanted it too. Whether they wanted to fight the Tang dynasty or other countries, the envoys were all thinking about the new thing. It's right to dismiss the workers. It's useless to keep them. Yao Chong went to earthly paradise for dinner. Wei Zhigu didn't come today. Yuanji, don't keep thinking about it, Lu Huaishan advised. He understood how much Yao Chong had worried about the matter of Baigong, how much trouble he had caused. Now that it's spread all over the city, we haven't seen the real thing, so we have to think of a way. Zhang Shuo changed the topic back to business. But a ball that can make people fly must have its drawbacks. Like a flying lamp, it can only move with the wind. Lu Huaishan followed the topic. Yao Chong looked at the lantern light outside. I'm not sure how many people we can kill, but I do know that as long as the wind blows towards the enemy, they will definitely be on tenterhooks. It was fine during the day, but when the wind blew at night, would the soldiers be able to rest peacefully? Who isn't afraid of being ambushed in the dark? Yao Chong realized that the ball's deterrence might be greater than its actual combat strength. It's best if it's not easy to copy. Otherwise, I'd rather not create it to equip the army than let the enemy learn it. Lu Huaishan spoke his mind. He was afraid that the Tubo and Turks would use hot air balloons to cause trouble in the Tang dynasty. The wind is too strong. If it blows away, can the ball still fly back? Zhang Shuo frowned. He knew about the Kongming lantern. A kite needs to be connected by a string. How long does the ball need to be connected by a rope? I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know where to start. Ask His Majesty to take one to the palace and have a meal. Yao Chong realized that there was nothing to discuss at the moment, so he didn't say anything. Zhuangzi was eating, and the 500 winged knights went to get their food. The topic of discussion was the hot air balloon. When I went up today, the wind was blowing towards the east at a height of 200 feet. But when I rose to 300 feet, it was blowing towards the southeast. When I reached 500 feet, it blew towards the west. I noticed that too, but when I was 100 feet, the wind blew towards the north, and when I reached 500 feet, it blew towards the northwest. Is it because the greater the difference in height, the more obvious the change in direction of the wind? Let's see tomorrow and fly higher. If that's the case, we can adjust the height and change the direction. The winged knights discovered a secret in their conversation. As long as they were familiar with the height and direction of the wind, after the hot air balloon flew out without a rope, it could still fly back. When it flew over the enemy's head, it could choose the right height and turn back. The process would be slower, but it could still cause damage to the enemy. When the wind was too strong, it couldn't fly. Li Yi, who was eating in a private room, talked about his new idea. Make a batch of Kongming lanterns. Make them a little bigger. Put alchemical fire oil in them, and then take a plate of incense and light it on the rope of the holder inside. When the incense is burned there, the rope will be burned and the lamp or candle will be tilted. The alchemical fire oil will be ignited, and the fire will burn the paper. The burning alchemical fire oil will fall from the sky and ignite the enemy camp below. Many Kongming lanterns will fly off, fly far away and waste things. But in a battle, if it's successful at the critical moment, the enemy camp will be in chaos. Li Yi talked about his new idea. If both sides fought, it would succeed once. No, if the enemy sees it, they will copy it. Tubo always likes to sneak attack the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi heard this and thought that it was a good idea. A large number of Kongming lanterns flew with the wind, and some of them fell down. No one thought that if they reminded the enemy would gather the Kongming lanterns for one attack. When the wind was right, they would release them to burn the Tang dynasty's army provisions and other things. The Tang dynasty's losses would be more than the cost of making the Kongming lanterns. Li Longji nodded. Yes, don't say it lest it gets out. Ah, Li Yi thought that it made sense. He didn't know how much money the Turks had, but Tubo had craftsmen, fields, and oil. If Tubo wanted to make them, they could definitely make them. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the craftsmen in Zhuangzi made 2 more hot air balloons. The winged knights continued to test the balloons. The length of the rope was controlled at 200 feet, and they could only use up the rope at most. This time, more people heard the news and came to watch. They couldn't enter Zhuangzi, so they watched from outside Bahui. The hot air balloons were big enough to see them rise. This included the envoys from the various countries. When they saw the 3 balls moving up and down today, their worries were written all over their faces. The people of the Tang dynasty cheered when they saw the balloons, as if the Tang dynasty would destroy all the surrounding forces tomorrow. Li Longji's morning court session ended, but Yao Chong and the other 2 didn't leave. Your Majesty, I heard that the Li family Zhuangzi has a new item. It's a ball-shaped item with a basket under it and a person in the basket. Do you know? Yao Chong asked directly. Before he could finish, Li Longji nodded. Yes, a hot air balloon. The winged knights are training it. In the future, they will look for suitable weather and opportunities to attack the enemy on the battlefield. Is it easy to make? Lu Huaishan was worried. It's easy. The Li family Zhuangzi is easy to make. The alcohol used can't be made by others, and the alcohol burner can't be made by others. Li Longji understood what the old official was thinking. Zhang Shou asked, How much will it cost? I'll pay for it. You don't have to worry. Li Longji didn't mention the cost, and he didn't want the national treasury to pay for it. Zhua Zong took the money, and the imperial court had to supervise. How could Li Yi's Zhuangzi be controlled by others? Moreover, the cost was divided into the cost of materials and the cost of technology. The materials weren't expensive, but the technology was hard to come up with by Li. Oh, it wasn't easy. Your Majesty, we'd like to see it. Yao Chong was helpless when he heard that Li Longji didn't want to use the imperial court's money. The previous gunpowder was not controlled by the imperial court. It was dangerous. Now, the hot air balloon was not controlled by the imperial court. A hot air balloon with gunpowder could float from Zhuangzi to the imperial city. Tomorrow morning, I'll send the winged knights to bring one over. Li Longji agreed.